camping juga. Welcome to Overseas Education's Expo 2021 by OIA UGM. What is OEX? Overseas Education's Expo, or OEX, is the first virtual exhibition fair created by the Office of International Affairs UGM. In partnership with over 37 plus universities worldwide, you will get the opportunity to expand your university choices that fit your interests and circumstances. OEX will provide easy access for you to get free presentations from our university partners, as well as consultations from our partner educational agencies. Why is OEX? It will connect you to educators around the world. OEX, organized by OIA UGM through our fast connections with universities all around the world and educational agencies nationwide. The world in the palm of your hands. In time like this, uncertain and limited as it is, our dreams and ambitions seem so far out of reach. Distance like a tall barrier we can't go through. At OEX, we strive to break this barrier by providing you with the information you need regarding overseas education abroad. World in the palm of your hand. You can have the complete and interactive study expo experience even from the comforts of your own home. University participations in total with 36 plus universities around the world. OEX in partnership with more than 12 universities in Asia, more than 7 in Asian, 15 plus from the European Union, and more than 2 in the Middle East. So, are you ready to join us? Welcome to Overseas Education's Expo 2021.
Universitas Gadjah Mada menuju World Class University.
Untuk mewujudkan visi dan misi UGM sesuai statuta, maka proses yang berjalan di UGM harus dapat diukur dengan baik menggunakan parameter apapun, termasuk parameter yang digunakan dalam pemeringkatan universitas-universitas terbaik di dunia. Tahun ini, dari sekitar 26.000 universitas di dunia, kita berhasil masuk dalam jajaran 1,5% universitas terbaik di dunia.
Apa saja indikator yang digunakan dalam pemeringkatan universitas-universitas terbaik di dunia? QS World University Ranking. Times Higher Education World University Ranking.
Sejak akhir tahun 2015, UGM melalui program-programnya secara serius bekerja keras memperbaiki proses pada indikator penilaian QS. Mulai awal tahun 2017, UGM juga mulai melakukan perbaikan proses pada indikator penilaian rankingan Times Higher Education.
Nama saya Hasan Spayhat, aku dari Palestina. Aku belajar di sini di UGM Fakultas Kedokteran.
I'm from Osnabrück in Germany and I'm an international student at UGM. I choose UGM because
UGM punya staff program dan laboratorium yang bagus.
So this university I think is really the best.
Saat ini UGM menempati posisi 203 dunia untuk reputasi akademiknya. Saya yakin apabila UGM terus melakukan perbaikan-perbaikan fundamental pada proses-proses dan seluruh aspek yang berjalan, maka tidak mustahil UGM akan lebih mengakar kuat dan menjulang tinggi.
Mari kita lanjutkan usaha-usaha untuk bersama-sama memperbaiki proses-proses yang berjalan agar UGM benar-benar menjulang tinggi dengan tetap mengakar kuat dan bermanfaat untuk ilmu pengetahuan, kesejahteraan masyarakat, dan kemanusiaan.
Welcome to Overseas Education's Expo 2021 by OIA UGM. What is OEX? Overseas Education's Expo, or OEX, is the first virtual exhibition fair created by the Office of International Affairs UGM. In partnership with over 37 plus universities worldwide, you will get the opportunity to expand your university choices that fit your interests and circumstances. OEX will provide easy access for you to get free presentations from our university partners, as well as consultations from our partner educational agencies. Why is OEX? It will connect you to educators around the world. OEX, organized by OIA UGM through our vast connections with universities all around the world and educational agencies nationwide. The world in the palm of your hands. In time like this, uncertain and limited as it is, our dreams and ambitions seem so far out of reach. Distance like a tall barrier we can't go through. At OEX, we strive to break this barrier by providing you with the information you need regarding overseas education abroad. World in the palm of your hand. You can have the complete and interactive study expo experience even from the comforts of your own home. University participations in total with 36 plus universities around the world. OEX in partnership with more than 12 universities in Asia, more than 7 in Asian, 15 plus from the European Union, and more than 2 in the Middle East. So, are you ready to join us? Welcome to Overseas Education's Expo 2021.
Universitas Gajah Mada menuju World Class University.
Untuk mewujudkan visi dan misi UGM sesuai statuta, maka proses yang berjalan di UGM harus dapat diukur dengan baik menggunakan parameter apapun, termasuk parameter yang digunakan dalam pemeringkatan universitas-universitas terbaik di dunia. Tahun ini, dari sekitar 26.000 universitas di dunia, kita berhasil masuk dalam jajaran 1,5% universitas terbaik di dunia.
Apa saja indikator yang digunakan dalam pemeringkatan universitas-universitas terbaik di dunia? QS World University Ranking. Times Higher Education World University Ranking.
Sejak akhir tahun 2015, UGM melalui program-programnya secara serius bekerja keras memperbaiki proses pada indikator penilaian QS. Mulai awal tahun 2017, UGM juga mulai melakukan perbaikan proses pada indikator penilaian rankingan Times Higher Education.
Nama saya Hasan Sbaihat, aku dari Palestina. Aku belajar di sini di UGM Fakultas Kedokteran.
I'm from Osnabrück in Germany and I'm an international student at UGM. I choose UGM because
UGM punya staff program dan laboratorium yang bagus.
so this university I think is really the best.
Saat ini UGM menempati posisi 203 dunia untuk reputasi akademiknya. Saya yakin apabila UGM terus melakukan perbaikan-perbaikan fundamental pada proses-proses dan seluruh aspek yang berjalan, maka tidak mustahil UGM akan lebih mengakar kuat dan menjulang tinggi.
Mari kita lanjutkan usaha-usaha untuk bersama-sama memperbaiki proses-proses yang berjalan agar UGM benar-benar menjulang tinggi dengan tetap mengakar kuat dan bermanfaat untuk ilmu pengetahuan, kesejahteraan masyarakat, dan kemanusiaan.
Welcome to Overseas Education's Expo 2021 by OEA UGM. What is OEX? Overseas Education's Expo, or OEX, is the first virtual exhibition fair created by the Office of International Affairs UGM. In partnership with over 37 plus universities worldwide, you will get the opportunity to expand your university choices that fit your interests and circumstances. OEX will provide easy access for you to get free presentations from our university partners, as well as consultations from our partner educational agencies. Why is OEX? It will connect you to educators around the world. OEX, organized by OEA UGM through our vast connections with universities all around the world and educational agencies nationwide. The world in the palm of your hands. In time like this, uncertain and limited as it is, our dreams and ambitions seem so far out of reach. Distance like a tall barrier we can't go through. At OEX, we strive to break this barrier by providing you with the information you need regarding overseas education abroad. World in the palm of your hand. You can have the complete and interactive study expo experience even from the comforts of your own home. University participations in total with 36 plus universities around the world. OEX in partnership with more than 12 universities in Asia, more than 7 in Asian, 15 plus from the European Union, and more than 2 in the Middle East. So, are you ready to join us? Welcome to Overseas Education's Expo 2021.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for participating in this first partner university session of the Overseas Education Expo by Universitas Gadjah Mada. My name is Esther, a student in UGM, and I will be moderating the session today. We are glad to be having representatives from one of the leading universities in Japan, and that is University of Suzuka. And the representative of Suzuka University, Mr. Mahdi, will be presenting for all the participants here. We apologize for the delay in the session. So, Mr. Mahdi, the time and place is yours.
Great. Hello, can you see me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. So I'm going to start my presentation. So hello, everybody. My name is Mehdi Katsumata Shah, and I work for the University of Tsukuba. And I would like to thank Ms. Esther and everybody at UGM who has participated in this and making this happen. Thank you very much for inviting us. It's a great honor for us to join you, and we hope that we can provide you with meaningful information. You know, as one of the presentations before, I think one of the videos also suggested that, you know, we have to provide a vision of hope to you guys because, you know, the world looks kind of bleak and sad at the moment. But we will, you know, inshallah, we will overcome. So, and I want to provide you with, you know, a picture of what scuba is like, yeah? And perhaps you can visit, perhaps you can join in a short program, perhaps you can even go to grad school, you know, or you can, who knows? So I'm just going to talk about this first. So I'm going to share my screen, okay? And hopefully, if you, hopefully you can see my screen. Miss Evelyn, everything okay here? Can you see?
Yes.
Okay, good. So welcome everybody to University of Tsukuba, and I've changed my slide. Hopefully you can see it. If you cannot, please let me know. But this is Tsukuba, and University of Tsukuba is a comprehensive public university in Japan. It is one of the leading, in the sense that it's ranked in the top 10 universities in Japan. I think that many people in Japan know about Tsukuba, not so well known abroad. So I'm working on it, but it's taking a little bit of time. And this is Tsukuba is in a science city, and we have two science cities in Japan. This is the bigger one, and half of the R&D budget of the government is used here. So it's quite a big deal. There is JAXA, the space agency. There is NIMS, the nanotechnology agency. There's KEC, the particle accelerator agency. There are 30, you know, national research institutes and also 200 private ones, including IT and including pharmaceutical, cosmetic research institutes. So it's full of researchers, full of people with PhDs, and 1 out of 10 people it has a PhD here. Even the elementary schools are very smart here. Some, you know, because, you know, they're children of people with of highly educated people. So and also you not only hear Japanese, but you hear, of course, English, but also you hear you know, Chinese, you hear Hindi. You might hear Malay or a variation of Malay. So you know, it's very diverse, and it's only about 1 hour away from 1 hour away from University. Sorry, from Tokyo, and about 1 hour away from the international airport. So it's pretty good. In terms of location, it's you can go anywhere. And here you are looking at the history. It's about 150 years old, and so you know, it started out as a higher normal school, as the higher normal school. And normal means, or it comes from the French word normal, and it basically means that it used to be a teacher's college in 1872. So that was a pretty big deal. It was 4 years after the Meiji Restoration, and it was founded pretty early to train, to address the lack of teachers back then. And then over the years, it changed into Tokyo University of Education, and then ultimately it became the University of Tsukuba and it moved to Tsukuba and became University of Tsukuba. So it has produced 3 Nobel laureates, and our student athletes have won over 100 Olympic and Paralympic medals. So it's, I'm surrounded by, highly accomplished individuals. So it's pretty humbling for me. And yes, very interesting experience for me. The university was founded by this gentleman called, or the original school was founded by this gentleman called Dr. Jigoro Kano. He was an educator, but also primarily he was a sportsman. He invented the sport of judo. So he started this sport, and he trained people in judo. He was the first Asian IOC member first ever. So IOC, International Olympic Committee, was staffed by mostly white men. But he was the first Asian guy to become a member. So he spoke English. He wore a tall hat, and he a fancy suit, and he went abroad, and so he was very internationalized back then, which is and so he has trained more than 7,000 international students during his term. So he brought in lots of Chinese students, turn of the century. So so that's the kind of internationalism that he sort of like set an example of. We've tried to follow that example. So we have over 2,000 students. We had a lot more students. We had about 20. Usually we have about 2,600 students out of 16,000. So this is this is because the students couldn't enter due to the pandemic, and so we're waiting for things to go back to normal. We are continuing education, our classes, our research, primarily through online, and I suppose that's the case with you. This is the center of campus. It's called Ishi no Hiroba, the stone stone gathering, or stone opening, or stone piazza, you can say. And this is where people have, people congregate, they get together. So here, there's a Starbucks nearby. There are some cafeterias nearby, and you're looking at the School of Humanities here. So this is, you can call this a center. And so, as I explained before, this is the top 10 Japanese university, and you have degree programs for international students. University of Tsukuba is ranked 9th, and above these fine universities, and right below Osaka and Kyushu. And so we're in pretty good company, I think. And we are ranked highly in terms of SDG research and contribution and practice, of course. And so we were ranked first in SDGs 11, 17, and 15. We're pretty happy about that in the country. And we ranked 100, first 200 globally. So that's pretty cool, I think. So we have an interdisciplinary approach to education. I'm going to talk about that by talking about this robot suit that you're looking at. It is it looks like Iron Man, and it's not used for fighting or defending the Earth, but it's used for therapeutic purposes, for medical purposes. So for people who are paraplegic, or people who have had spinal cord injuries or diseases. And so it helps people learn how to walk. So this is not just about robots, but it's also about big data, because there's a lot of computation that needs to be done to help a particular student's movement patterns. And then it has to do with the insurance agency or insurance industry, and how that business works. And so this project lies at the intersection of robotics and big data and social sciences and business. So we often talk about this project. The Professor Sankai, is highly famous and also very wealthy, because he started his own company based on his research. So this is just one example, and I'm just going to keep on talking about how broad our reach is. We have the arts, we have life environment, and social sciences, sports, etc. We also have informatics, engineering, human sciences. So we have all those things put together, but of course, not all classes are taught in English. So if you speak Japanese, then I think you can enjoy any major, any courses here. But if you only speak, in Japan, if you if you speak English, then the courses are limited. But then we have been increasing the reach, and we have about 40 plus degree programs, and we have about 2,800 classes taught in English. Yep. And the recommended programs at undergraduate level are these. There's a life environmental science, international social studies, global issues, and interdisciplinary engineering. All these courses are taught in English in our school, right? So we have this the engineering program, we have the global issues program. So I'm not going to spend too much time on this because you guys are already undergraduate students. Yeah, so I'm just going to skip these for a second. But I'm going to talk to you about the graduate programs because this might be of interest to you. The Graduate School of Science and Tech, Graduate School of Comprehensive Human Sciences, and Graduate School of Business Sciences, Humanities, Social Sciences are all very large clusters, and we have these programs within each cluster, and students can take classes from within these clusters. So for example, a biology student can take classes in math and can take classes in service engineering if the professors allow it. A humanities person can take classes in business or international public policy. A psychology student can take classes in sports medicine, or vice versa. A design student can take part in heritage science or neuroscience, or or physical education. So it's we sort of encourage that sort of like interdisciplinarity. We produced some really interesting research, and also have produced some really and also offer some really interesting interdisciplinary majors as well, which I'm going to talk about in a bit. This is the PhD program in human biology. So this trains specialists with knowledge in life science, medicine, chemistry, computing technology, and so it lies at it's sort of like the main focus is the human body or the human biology, and so you look at it through computational science perspective, or you look at it through biological sciences perspective, or material sciences, and so this is a very kind of interesting program that we are offering. This is a completely different thing. This is called and this is a PhD program, Empowerment Informatics, and this is sort of like a combination between engineering, information sciences, and also art. So we have this, the students create these very interesting, wonderful, weird contraptions designed to so-called empower people. So empowering them by helping them move differently, or helping them see things differently, or hear things differently, or sensorially, altering their perception of their environment. That's just one example of what I've seen those students do. I'm going to move on, and I'm going to talk about this very kind of current topic. It's called life science, and so we're looking at disease mechanism and drug discovery, bioinformatics, and food innovation. So all these topics, like disease and lack of food, and how we're going to take care of not just this pandemic, but the other pandemics to come, due to biological or due to environmental degradation, and also how are we going to feed people? So those really important questions are being addressed here. This is the PhD program in humanics, and this is sort of like a cross section between, rather a collaboration between biomedical sciences and engineering. So, for example, you look at bottom right here, and so you have meta recognition and brain imaging, right? So you're looking at this Venn diagram here. Take a look at top left, there's orthopedics and cybernetics, right? And bottom center, there's surgery and augmented reality. So all these sort of like SF, science fiction, reminds you of science fiction or SF. And so these topics are sort of like explored in this program. This is again also a PhD program. So there's a master's program in sports and Olympic sciences, and there's a heritage studies program, and then there is a there is a yes. So this is a sorry. The master's program in sports and Olympic studies focuses on Olympic and Paralympic education, sports management, sports science medicine, and teaching, coaching Japanese culture. Since we have our founder was a sports person, so we have kept on working on this, and so we have one of the best sports science graduate school in Japan, and it's also highly ranked internationally. Sorry, I'm going to talk about this now. Heritage studies, self-explanatory, and I'm going to add that this department houses many researchers and professors from different areas of life, from architecture, from art, from physical sciences like geologists are here, climatologists are here, chemists are here, and so they all get together to train people to preserve and to protect World Heritage Sites. So I was just talking to somebody about one of our students or graduate who is working in Angkor Wat in Cambodia, so this is really an up and coming topic as well. And also, again, due to environmental degradation and civil war, many of we're losing a lot of our culture, our history at a pretty fast rate. So we have to stop that. So this is one of the challenges. And so I am just going to briefly talk about admission procedures. If you're interested, if you're an undergraduate student and want to go on to master's, and if my hosts will permit me, then I'm just going to briefly talk about it. The admission procedures is like very similar to, I'm sure, how you guys or how UGM does admission procedures. But one key difference between, I think, Indonesia and Japan would be that this is the most important point, that you have to contact your prospective advisor, obtain consent to be your supervisor, and consult your research plan in advance. So this is the most important thing. So this, for example, is not the case in United States or UK. You apply to, for example, a program. You have a program in like engineering in, let's say, Canada. You apply to the program, but in Japan, you have to have an academic advisor backing you in advance. So how to do that? You want to look at this website called Trios in our case, and check out some keywords, such as you're looking at it here, like research keywords. So for example, if you're doing microbiology and there's some keyword, then you want to type it in and see if there are professors who are teaching, and whether they're teaching in English, right? Or they're able to have an international body of students in their lab. So this is kind of really important. This is the key difference between graduate schools in Japan and the rest of the world. The Japanese graduate schools are typically a collection of different labs that professors run. This is the main difference. So this is something that you guys should keep in mind when thinking about Japan as a graduate school destination, okay? So this will help you, not just Tsukuba, but any other university in Japan, okay? So look for the prospective first. Then the rest is pretty self-explanatory, right? And I'm not going to spend too much time on this. Okay, so student support is available in English. We teach Japanese. We have one of the best applied linguistics school in Japan. We have a global village. It's a dormitory, very beautiful, clean dormitory. And we have food courts. We have 2 halal food restaurants. We have a cafe, supermarket, convenience stores, bookstores, and many more. The cost is just about under $5,000, which is much cheaper compared to universities in the West. Yeah. So there's financial support available, and also tuition waivers available, and it's also possible to work up to 28 hours per week. So I am going to post these things, and you can, just completely look into those things when I post this to you. Okay, so I've just posted this for everybody here. Hopefully, everybody can see it in the chat box below. And so this is a link to the PDF just now. So you can look into it on your own and see. Yeah. And I just wanted to talk about a couple more things, very interesting things that that our university is offering. So the first one is that there's a thing called Scoot Chat, everybody. So Scoot Chat is a it's a chat program that happens every Wednesday from 7 to 8 Japan time. So basically GMT plus 9. Sorry, what am I saying? So it's basically about I think it'll be about 5 p.m. for you, maybe every Wednesday, and you can it's mostly like University of Tsukuba students, but also our partner university students take part in it. And so it's you can make new friends for University of Tsukuba. You can meet students from partner universities. You can chat in English. You can learn different cultures. You can make connections. So I totally recommend this. You don't have to, travel, worry about anything else. You just click and join. So so definitely go ahead and join at Scoot. Yeah. And then I also recommend that if you are studying Japanese, then we have this thing called Got Chat, and hard to explain, hard to pronounce for me. But so here it says, do you want to want a language partner? Do you want to improve your Japanese language skills? If yes, join the Scuba Language Exchange Program Got Chat for UT students and students from partner universities of UT. Okay, so so you will this happens I believe online. Yes, it's an online event. Yeah. So this is something that my colleague also strongly recommended. Okay. So that's one thing. And then there are a couple of other things I want to talk about. So if there are, let's say, sorry, if there are systems and information engineering students out there, then there is a special program for international students. Okay, so it's called the Japanese Government Scholarship Program for 2021 degree students, university recommendation. Okay, so this is, you can apply for it. It's very competitive, but you should definitely think about it if you are into computer science. And so you can look into it. I can post this link for everybody to see, and I'll do that as well right now. Okay, I'm looking for my screen. Sorry. Yeah. And okay, so I'm just going to post this here. Okay, so this is for information science students. And if there are students out there who want to go into materials sciences, then there is a application for materials sciences here. Okay, there's a possibility that it's late, or that it's no longer that you can't make it, or it's too late, or something like that. But this is, I believe, will happen again next year. So keep a lookout for those things. Include this in your list of things to look out for. There's also another program on life and environmental sciences that is available, but unfortunately, I don't have any like a link for that. So, but if it rings a bell, let your administrative staff know, and they can get in touch with me, and I can try to find more information. Okay, so Life Environmental Sciences is also offering a similar, Japanese government-sponsored program as well. Okay, so the reason why I'm talking about this is that the computer sciences program, the material science program, and the life environmental sciences program, they are offering. They have applied to the Japanese government, and they have received some funding, and they're seeking highly qualified students to join these scholarship programs. So if you are interested, do look below. Okay? So I have been talking really fast, like a machine gun, but I have to leave in like a couple of minutes, and I really apologize if I confuse everybody. But hopefully you can, understand that we really appreciate you guys and the fact that we have our universities have a relationship, and we hope to have some of your students. We hope to send you some of our students as we have in the past. So thank you very much, Miss Esther and Ms. Firda and Mr. Geraldi. You guys have been awesome in terms of supporting me. So thank you so much. arigatou
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Mahdi, for your very insightful presentation, and also for those interesting offers. So we will move to the question and answer session. It will be last for around 5 minutes. And for all participants, you can type it directly in the chat box, or you can ask it directly to Mr. Mahdi by raising your hand. After I call your name, you may unmute yourself and start asking your question. Okay, is anyone want to ask question? Okay, so from Olivia, I will read the question for Mr. Mahdi. Can we apply a degree program for a master's program that's very different from our graduate program? For example, I am an economics graduate student, but want to take international social study for master's program at Tsukuba.
Yeah, that's a very good question, and I think that it is absolutely worth applying for. I know that in many countries around the world, and also many universities in Japan, if you are an engineering student, only an engineering student can apply for an engineering program, or only an economics student can apply for an economics program. But in our case, we are, again, as I said before, hoping to look for connections between different disciplines. And your discipline is not that far. Economics is not that far from international relations. So I would say that you should totally look. You should look into it. And also, just a tip: our public policy program is really awesome. It's called Public Policy. It's PPP, and International Public Policy. And we have internationalized Japanese people teaching. So it's a very riveting, interesting program. So it's called PPP. Look it up. Tsukuba PPP, and you will find our website. That's also worth looking into. Yeah, international relations, of course. I just don't have much information about that particular graduate school, but I know that at the undergraduate level, they're having a great time there. So, yeah, answer is yes. Go for it.
Okay. So I'll ask the second question.
You're welcome,
Minimum level?
Yes.
What is the minimum level of Japanese that is recommended for foreign students? Even if it's not mandatory to learn Japanese, what's your thoughts about it?
Oh, it's not mandatory, so just my opinion. But if you don't speak any Japanese, then learn some phrases. You can do that easily. You can. Let me show you this. You can start studying on your own. Okay. And so let me can I share one more time?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. So thank you. And yeah, there we go. So this slide here, this is a free application. It doesn't teach you everything about Japanese, but it can get you started. So and it's an app and it's a website, and so you guys can check it out later. It's called Nihongo 123, and so this was created by Tsukuba University and University of Tsukuba and the government of Japan. So it's for beginner level people. So, but in general, if you are, for example, thinking of living in Japan and working in Japan, then I think it makes sense to say that it's a sensible thing to say that you need at least intermediate level Japanese to get by. But if you are not, if you're here for a brief while, then you can, you should know like a beginner level Japanese, yeah. But and also if you're here just for a few weeks, few days, then don't worry about it. Just come. So it's the our people, Japanese people, are not very good at English, but they're very kind and patient with you. So they're a little bit shy, but they're opening up, and especially the younger people are much much more open to international experiences and international students. And Japanese people love Indonesians. So just to let you know. So we really welcome them before the pandemic. So we hope to have you back. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mahdi.
Thank you very much. And I need to leave. I have another meeting, so I'm really sorry. I know that there's one more question, but I am unable to answer at this time. So really apologize.
It's okay. Do you have any email or contact person if you want
Yes.
to ask further questions?
Sure, me, and you can ask Mr. Geraldi for the for my email address. Yeah, and please email me anytime you have any questions. Okay.
Okay. Thank you so much, Mr.
Thank you so
Mahdi.
much, everybody. Thank you so much. ありがとうございました. Best of luck to you and enjoy your university days. Okay. Thanks. Bye bye.
Thank you. Thank you for Mr. Mahdi and to all the participants. I hope you get something from this session. And for Mr. Mahdi, if you have next agenda, you may leave the room.
Okay, take care.
Yeah, so I hope you get something from this session. And I also hope this will ignite the spirit to study in Japan, specifically in Tsukuba University. After the coffee break at 1 p.m. in this room 1, we will be having another info session from Taipei Medical University and room 2 from International Islamic University of Malaysia. Thank you so much for attending this session. See you next time. So for those participants who are still in this room, you may leave the room and back here at 1 p.m. Thank you.
Welcome to Overseas Education's Expo 2021 by OIA UGM. What is OEX? Overseas Education's Expo, or OEX, is the first virtual exhibition fair created by the Office of International Affairs UGM. In partnership with over 37 plus universities worldwide, you will get the opportunity to expand your university choices that fit your interests and circumstances. OEX will provide easy access for you to get free presentations from our university partners, as well as consultations from our partner educational agencies. Why is OEX? It will connect you to educators around the world. Organized by OIA UGM, fast connections with universities all around the world and educate the world in the palm of your hands. In time like this, uncertain and limited as it is, our dreams and ambitions seem far out of reach. Distance like a tall barrier we can't go through. At OEX, we strive to break this barrier by providing you with the information you need regarding overseas education abroad. World in the palm of your hand. You can have the complete and interactive study expo experience even from the comforts of your own home. University participations in total with 36 plus universities around the world. OEX in partnership with more than 12 universities in Asia, more than 7 in Asian, 15 plus from the European Union, and more than 2 in the Middle East. So, are you ready to join us? Welcome to Overseas Education's Expo 2021.
Universitas Gajah Mada menuju World Class University.
Untuk mewujudkan visi dan misi UGM sesuai statuta, maka proses yang berjalan di UGM harus dapat diukur dengan baik menggunakan parameter apapun, termasuk parameter yang digunakan dalam pemeringkatan universitas-universitas terbaik di dunia. Tahun ini, dari sekitar 26.000 universitas di dunia, kita berhasil masuk dalam jajaran 1,5% universitas terbaik di dunia.
Apa saja indikator yang digunakan dalam pemeringkatan universitas-universitas terbaik di dunia? QS World University Ranking. Times Higher Education World University Ranking.
Sejak akhir tahun 2015, UGM melalui program-programnya secara serius bekerja keras memperbaiki proses pada indikator penilaian QS. Mulai awal 2012, UGM juga mulai melakukan perbaikan proses pada indikator penilaian rankingan Times Higher Education.
Nama saya Hasan Sbayhat, aku dari Palestina. Aku belajar di sini di UGM Fakultas Kedokteran.
I'm from Osnabrück in Germany and I'm an international student at UGM because
UGM punya staff program dan laboratorium.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for participating in this Partner University info session of the Overseas Education Expo by Universitas Gadjah Mada. Please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Esther, fellow student in UGM, and I will be moderating this session today. We are glad to be having representatives from Taipei Medical University, and they will be presenting for all the participants here. I'm so excited to hear about the Taipei Medical University, and I hope you are too. Before we start the presentation, I will repeat the guidelines for all the participants in OEX. Participants must follow the schedule on time. Participants must not click the breakout room button before the session starts. Please follow the instructions by the NC. Participants should use the following name format after entering the room. Participants _ full name. Participants should use the provided virtual background during the event. Participants should turn off the microphone during the presentation time. Participants are allowed to turn on their microphones during the Q&A session after being approved by the moderator. Participants are recommended to turn on their cameras during the event. The presentation will last for 20 minutes and continue with the Q&A session for 10 minutes maximum. For the Q&A session, you can type it directly in the chat box, or you can ask it directly to the representative of Taipei Medical University by raising your hand, and after I call your name, you may unmute yourself and start asking your question. I hope that's all crystal clear, and without further ado, for Taipei Medical University, the time and place is yours.
Hello, everyone. Thank you, Esther, for introduction, and thank you everyone to join our section. I'm Eating from the International Student section, and together with me is Vincent, our first year PhD student.
Hai semuanya, nama saya Vincent. Saya sekarang mahasiswa di TMU. Sebelumnya saya adalah mahasiswa di Prodi Pendidikan Dokter KKMK UGM tahun 2012. And then Andrea, who will be joining us, she's from the Global Partnership section, and she will be presenting about the virtual exchange program.
Hello, everyone. I'm Andrea.
Okay, so before we start our talk, we'd like to invite everyone to watch a video that presented by David Lundy, the assistant professor from the College of Biomedical Engineering.
Okay, please enjoy the video.
Hi everybody, my name is David Lundy and I'm an assistant professor in the College of Biomedical Engineering at Taipei Medical University. Today I'm going to be giving you some information about the university, about our programs, and to give you some reasons why you may consider applying here. First of all, I think I need to tell you some basics about TMU. We're a private university in Taipei, Taiwan, founded in 1960, and we originally started out by training doctors and nurses. And 60 years later, we still do that, but we've expanded a lot to around 6,000 students now. We're still a focused medical university teaching and researching on a whole diverse range of medical sciences, and that's at the bachelor's, the master's, and the doctoral levels. TMU has 6 affiliated hospitals, which take care of tens of thousands of patients every year. And this is intrinsically linked to our student education. With this goal of blending our academic and our clinical applications, with that goal in mind, TMU has been rapidly expanding our translational capabilities. This is the bench-to-bedside science. And we have a new translational cancer center, a new biotechnology development building, and a new center for operating the human clinical trials. So, for example, right now, early 2021, TMU Hospital is involved in testing some of the new COVID-19 vaccine. Back when I was a fresh graduate, when I finished my bachelor's degree, actually I had no idea really what I wanted to do, and I didn't have like a future career plan. And I just ended up following things which interested me. And I did that all the way through my PhD, postdoc, and I'm still kind of doing it now. So I figure that probably a lot of you will be in the same situation that I was. And I think maybe rather than give you a big long list of colleges and programs, maybe I'm going to try to tell you some of the healthcare challenges that are facing the world, and that might inspire you and to help you think about what you might like to study and maybe where you could become an expert and help out in the future. So the most obvious healthcare challenge right now, obviously, is the COVID-19 pandemic. As you surely know from the news, we need a whole variety of experts to help kind of guide us through this new situation. So we have the doctors and the nurses, they're on the front lines treating patients, but you might have also noticed that we've become, a lot of us have become kind of amateur armchair epidemiologists this year. So we talk about R0 numbers, case fatality rates, and troubling new variants. We talk about this with our friends and family nowadays. Epidemiologists are public health experts, and their job is to study how a disease spreads in a population. And they're also expert geneticists. They sequence the virus, they're able to track how it's mutating as it moves around the world. And we also need bioinformaticians and biostatisticians to help kind of make sense of all of that data. There's a huge amount of data that we need to be able to go through and understand. And then we need to be able to make models to predict how the different healthcare policies might change or impact the spread. So for example, would it be viable to keep schools open and then just shield the elderly and the vulnerable? There's a whole field of humanities in medicine as well. Things like medical ethics. We need to understand the impact of different healthcare policies. So another example, like countries need to balance. They need to balance people getting maybe infected and dying, but there's also a cost of closing down the country. Children miss school, there's mental health problems, isolation, and everything else that we're becoming aware of this year. So, people are even now trying to use artificial intelligence. They're integrating big data and machine learning with all of that information to try and predict what the next outbreak might be or where this pandemic is going to go. So if any of that sounds interesting, then, at TMU, we've got a lot of postgraduate programs where you can do research that's related to these topics. You could become an expert in one of those areas. Another very obvious global problem is our aging population and our rise in chronic diseases. So there's a big need for lots of new medicines, devices, and other treatments that are going to be able to help us manage that. So it may surprise you to know that the number one killer in the world is actually cardiovascular disease. So that's heart attacks, strokes. And then that's kind of followed by number two, which is cancer. And we also shouldn't forget the other chronic diseases like asthma, COPD, liver disease, kidney disease, right? They're extremely common. I'm sure that all of us, we probably know at least one person with at least one of those. So, like I said, what we really need is new therapies for these diseases. And that might be small molecule drugs. It could be targeted treatments like antibodies or nanomedicine. We also need biomedical engineers. We need people with background outside biology like physics, engineering, and they can help us to make better imaging systems like MRI, CT, PET scanners, maybe sensors that could detect a disease earlier, or a device, a more compact, affordable dialysis unit for the patients with kidney failure who's waiting transplant. So again, if you're the type of person who finds that interesting and you might like to work on those things in the future, then you should definitely consider applying. And TMU can provide the infrastructure for helping you kind of research and invent these things, developing them, testing them out, and we even have the capability of running clinical trials, maybe commercializing final products. Studying disease is obviously extremely important, but we don't want to forget to also study health. And we know that sleep, nutrition, and exercise, they're like the most powerful drugs for preventing disease that we could ever hope to invent. And it's really important to understand how these things work, but in a scientific, kind of rigorous manner. We know that diet, for example, has very powerful effects on our health and on those chronic diseases that I mentioned earlier. And it's also becoming clear that maybe the best diet for one person is probably different to the best diet from another person. We don't really yet know how to predict that or how to prescribe a diet in a meaningful way. If you've ever done an all-nighter before class, and I know I have, you'll know for sure that a lack of sleep dramatically reduces your attention, your focus, your ability to learn and remember. But it also affects things like emotions and decision-making ability. And although we've probably not done much traveling like last year and this year, you'll definitely remember that when you disrupt your circadian rhythm, when you have jet lag, it just makes you feel terrible. And you even catch a cold more easily because lack of sleep weakens your immune system. There's even evidence that the lack of sleep increases your risk of cancer. So at TMU, again, we believe this is very important. We have programs that are studying sleep, learning, memory, and probing into those very fundamental questions, things about human consciousness, cognition, brain function. We do also, of course, want to study how those things go wrong, how they're disrupted in various conditions, like mental health problems, depression, bipolar, and then maybe how we could intervene using things like brain stimulation to try and correct those problems. Many of us now, we have these wearable devices, they can track all sorts of different metrics like our heart rate during rest, exercise, sleep. That's kind of nice to know, and it has some novelty value, but how can we do better? How can we make sure that this can have a real impact on health and disease? Well, some research has actually shown that a smartwatch could predict that you have COVID-19 even before you feel any symptoms. And that's due to the very subtle changes that happen to your heart rate. So now imagine if we had a very powerful wrist sensor and it could measure the salt and the ions in your sweat, or it could measure the changes in hormone levels, or it could continuously monitor your blood sugar, then we could improve health. We could detect diseases earlier, we could monitor our mood, and we would have a better understanding of how our lifestyle, right? So our sleep, our diet, our exercise, our stress level, how do all of those things affect our bodies? In order to do that, yet again, we need these multidisciplinary teams of scientists with training in physics, chemistry, electronics, material science, and of course, we need biology and clinicians to help make that happen. We also need those data scientists to help us make sense of the data, and we need to make sure that it's actionable and it's actually useful to the patient, that they get information they're actually able to use to make changes. And at TMU, we have a very active and passionate group of researchers who are working on this wearable technology and using apps and trying to integrate it in order to help patients. Some research is looking at how we could repair or maybe just outright replace those tissues which are damaged by disease. And we actually already do this in many ways. Like we have artificial heart valves, we have hip replacements, we have prosthetic limbs, and their job is to replace the dysfunctional parts of our body with materials that are able to do the same job. So my own lab, we're trying to do this with heart disease. So, if you have a heart attack, a piece of your heart muscle actually dies, and then you kind of slowly progress into long-term heart failure. What we're trying to do is to use biomedical materials, so tissue engineering and stem cells, to try to either delay or hopefully to be able to even reverse that process. Because theoretically, why can't we just grow you a new piece of tissue in the lab and then transplant it? And the same is true for the other organs I mentioned. The brain can be damaged by stroke, the liver can be damaged by obesity, alcohol, drugs. So, if any of this, again, sounds appealing, there's definitely going to be some postgraduate programs that are suitable for you. And finally, if you are a healthcare professional already, then TMU offers an MBA program. We have training in policy and management. And these people are extremely important in healthcare systems because, we need people who are able to make these decisions about policies, where money should be spent, where it should be saved. And we have to make sure that the system is sustainable. And I think to do that, you need the business side, and you also need the clinical side to know what is important for people. So hopefully some of that has been inspiring and it's been useful. And you might be able to think about studying or researching one of those areas. And you can probably also see that a lot of it actually overlaps. You could come to the same problem, you can approach it from many different angles. And in that case, I would advise you can check our website, you can identify some of the colleges, maybe some of the programs which are most appropriate. Taiwan is a pretty small island, but it's a really, really great place to live and work. It's very safe, it's very convenient, it's very friendly, has good food as well. And at TMU, we have a good mixture of local and international students. We have international faculty as well. We have all of the usual clubs, the societies, leisure activities that you would expect. So hopefully during your course and your research, you're going to be pretty busy. Hopefully you have the time to experience some of those, as well as experiencing some local culture, history, maybe even learning Chinese. So if any of that sounds interesting, then you should definitely consider applying. And the applications, they open normally around November, but you can start planning, working on your application right now. You can check that. That might include certification of English. That depends on what your country of origin is, where you studied already. And the final thing that we're often asked is whether there are scholarships. The answer is yes. The scholarships are available for the most promising international students. So there's scholarships from TMU directly, or there are ones from the Taiwanese government as well. They're very competitive, right, as you can imagine. So basically, the earlier you can start, the better. You can cram right now for your final exams. Try to get some summer work experience, right? Brush up your CV. Make sure your letters of recommendation are really good. So go and make friends with the people who are going to write those. And, you can do all of that to try and improve your chances. Thank you for your attention. And if you have any questions, then please just contact us by any of the methods shown here. And we hope to see you soon.
Welcome back, everyone. So I think through Gabri's presentation, everyone know more about the TMU focus research area. So now me and Vincent would like to share more facts about TMU with you.
Okay, so you think, so what is TMU actually, Taipei Medical University?
Yes, TMU was actually originally founded in 1916, starting from a college of medicine. And now we are a comprehensive medical university with 11 colleges and 6 affiliate hospitals.
6 affiliated hospitals. So we have a lot of hospitals that work with us because this hospital will provide us with the support for research and training, because this hospital will be a good opportunity to provide resources for research. And then we also have 6,000 students.
Yes, that's about the school size we are. And TMU is very focused on offer the quality education to all the students. So among all the faculty we have, over 93% of them actually holding a doctoral level qualification. And we are very proud of that. We have 18 academic Sinica members is part of our faculty. Vincent, have you heard about the academic Sinica?
Yes, of course. Academia Sinica is the highest ranked research institute in Taiwan. In Indonesia, we can compare it to the LIPI, the Science Institute in Indonesia. So basically, Academia Sinica is the best of the best in Taiwan, right? Best of the best?
No one can compete with that. Among of this, TMU make are in a good position. We are the best private university in Taiwan. Talking about the university and world ranking, we ranking in 35 in THE Asia, 19 in the QS Asia. We already give you a brief about the TMU, and now we'd like to share about our college with you.
So we have 11 colleges in TMU. The first one is the medicine. I am in this medicine, the program in medicine, and also we have the cell therapy and regeneration medicine. We have the oral medicine, the pharmacy. The pharmacy does not only include the Western pharmacy, but we also have the Chinese herbal medicine. So if you guys are interested in the Chinese herbal, please don't worry. We have that provided for you in the pharmacy. And then we also have the nursing and public health, which includes the and also the global health security. Interested in that major, you can join us in our public team. And then we also have another college which include the biomedical engineering.
The David London come from?
Yeah, the one in the video, you remember? And also we have the medical science, technology, and also nutrition and health science. And also the last 3 colleges include the management, which involves the healthcare management, the humanities and social science, and also interdisciplinary studies. So what is interdisciplinary studies, you think?
Have you ever asked, do you know any of the students actually under the College of Interdisciplinary Study?
Oh no, never heard of that.
That's because there's no student actually under the interdisciplinary study.
No student?
Yes, because interdisciplinary study is actually a college that is focused on those courses that could not be catalyzed into any of the college. For example, the very popular 3D printing, video editing, or video shooting, those the YouTuber skill that all the students want to learn, and they can apply this new learning skill to their major. But you know, it's very weird, like the College of Medicine to teach you this kind of a skill. So that's why we have the interdisciplinary study, which we call the I-College.
So basically, we are all under the I-College, this I-College.
You can say that everyone is part of it.
Okay.
So as Vincent mentioned earlier, that hospital is a very strong resource in our teaching and researching. Here we introduce the 6 affiliate hospitals from TMU. We have TMU Hospital, Wanfang Hospital, Shanghai Hospital, and the new joint Xinguoming Hospital, together with another 2 research centers, the Taipei Cancer Center and the Taipei Neuroscience Institute. This research center is very important because we are research-oriented hospital university. And this 2 research center is actually the bridge for the everyday medical treatment and high-end research. Here is the quick fact for the TMU. And as Vincent, as one of the international community, do you want to introduce our co-host to our UGM friend?
Okay, so in TMU, we have more than 600 international students from 45 countries and also more than 200 international partners in 33 countries. That is a very big organization. And of course, we also have the international student communities. The student communities is for you to not be afraid if you are coming from, for example, in Indonesia. Oh, I'm from Indonesia. If I come to Taiwan, whom do I meet and everything? We have those in the student communities. We have the International Student Association. We have the Muslim Student Association. In fact, Taiwan is ranked the 4th most Muslim-friendly country in the world. So don't worry, we are very safe here. We are very friendly here. And we also have Muslim prayer room in TMU.
Vincent, did I see you dance last year on the cultural night?
Oh no, I didn't dance, but I enjoyed the cultural night. That is one of the student events in TMU. We have a lot of student events from cultural night to international food festival where students from a lot of countries will be presenting their best food, their best performance in those events. So don't worry, don't be afraid, you will not be felt left out.
Sounds a good place to come and stay.
Nice, very nice.
Along with those student activity events, actually all the TMU administrative office form a one-stop service. That's to better support and provide service for international students, staff, and other faculty.
Okay.
If this sounds good for you and you think like this is a good destination for you to pursue your degree student, TMU offer all kinds of the program, including 19 PhD program, 95 master program, and 1 dual degree program with the USC. I know some of you may consider like going abroad is a very expensive thing and you have some financial concerns. TMU do offer different kind of scholarship. Leave several with a briefing on that. If you need more information, you are more than welcome to scan the QR code and check all the detail on our website. By the way, Vincent, before you come to TMU, did you ever get a chance to go abroad for a short-term exchange program?
In fact, yes. I went to an exchange program in my undergraduate program. So you guys, if you are in your undergraduate program as well, please do not be afraid and join our cultural, our student have a lot of lists. Maybe you think can help mention it? Maybe you think can help mention it?
Thank you. The TMU has 3 major short-term programs we offer. The first one is called the STEP, TMU short-term called the STEP, TMU short-term exchange program. This is a master study program. This is a 2 to 6 months internship program. This is a 2 to 6 months internship program. However, the pandemic situation, the program is temporarily closed. But you another virtual thing for TMU Virtual Research Camp. So here we're gonna invite Andrea to tell us more about the STEP and TVERT. Andrea, please.
Thank you, Yuting. Just like you mentioned, TMU STEP is a semester-long and credit-bearing exchange program at TMU. The students participating at TMU for 1 or 2 parts, as you can see on the slide, including semester course, independency, cultural activity, and language course. Students will need to take either semester course or independent study or course before lecture activity and language course. We have both person and online classes, so students can still participate in the program under travel restrictions. If you want to get a taste of your step, we are planning to send announcements to our partner universities in July for the coming 4 semesters of vacation. So please stay tuned. And for more details and information, please scan the QR code on the slide. Next, how it works. This is a virtual research study program including one-on-one mentorship by TMU faculty, online course facilities, virtual tour, and language course. Given the global situation of the pandemic, this program is perfect for those who wants to build their international work but can travel abroad right now because everything on this program is done online. And T-Work is open for application all around. So just visit the website and you can apply online. Step and T-Work, and we look for patients. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrea. So we would like to take this chance to thank you, Jen, to invite us here. And this is the TMU, our history, our now, and our future. If any question or you want to inquire more detail, please contact us through the web, mail, online.
Terima kasih teman-teman atas perhatiannya. Semoga informasi
for the TVR mentorship program. The applicant will tell us like what's your interest area, and we'll try to match you with a mentor. So you can define the internship or the exchange program period by yourself, also your interest topic.
Welcome to Overseas Education's Expo 2021 by OEA UGM. What is OEX? Overseas Education's Expo, or OEX, is the first virtual exhibition fair created by the Office of International Affairs UGM. In partnership with over 37 plus universities worldwide, you will get the opportunity to expand your university choices that fit your interests and circumstances. OEX will provide easy access for you to get free presentations from our university partners, as well as consultations from our partner educational agencies. Why is OEX? It will connect you to educators around the world. OEX, organized by OEA UGM through our fast connections with universities all around the world and educational agencies nationwide. The world in the palm of your hands. In time like this, uncertain and limited as it is, our dreams and ambitions seem so far out of reach. Distance like a tall barrier we can't go through. At OEX, we strive to break this barrier by providing you with the information you need regarding overseas education abroad. World in the palm of your hand. You can have the complete and interactive study expo experience even from the comforts of your own home. University participations in total with 36 plus universities around the world. OEX in partnership with more than 12 universities in Asia, more than 7 in Asian, 15 plus from the European Union, and more than 2 in the Middle East. So, are you ready to join us? Welcome to Overseas Education Expo 2021.
Universitas Gajah Mada menuju World Class University.
Untuk mewujudkan visi dan misi UGM sesuai statuta, maka proses yang berjalan di UGM harus dapat diukur dengan baik menggunakan parameter apapun, termasuk parameter yang digunakan dalam pemeringkatan universitas-universitas terbaik di dunia. Tahun ini, dari sekitar 26.000 universitas di dunia, kita berhasil masuk dalam jajaran 1,5% universitas terbaik di dunia.
Apa saja indikator yang digunakan dalam pemeringkatan universitas-universitas terbaik di dunia? QS World University Ranking. Times Higher Education World University Ranking.
Sejak akhir tahun 2015, UGM melalui program-programnya secara serius bekerja keras memperbaiki proses pada indikator penilaian QS. Mulai awal tahun 2017, UGM juga mulai melakukan perbaikan proses pada indikator penilaian rankingan Times Higher Education.
Nama saya Hasan Sbayhat, aku dari Palestina. Aku belajar di sini di UGM Fakultas Kedokteran.
I'm from Osnabrück in Germany and I'm an international student at UGM. I choose UGM because
UGM punya staff program dan laboratorium yang bagus.
So this university I think is really the best.
Saat ini UGM menempati posisi 203 dunia untuk reputasi akademiknya. Saya yakin apabila UGM terus melakukan perbaikan-perbaikan fundamental pada proses-proses dan seluruh aspek yang berjalan, maka tidak mustahil UGM akan lebih mengakar kuat dan menjulang tinggi.
Mari kita lanjutkan usaha-usaha untuk bersama-sama memperbaiki proses-proses yang berjalan agar UGM benar-benar menjulang tinggi dengan tetap mengakar kuat dan bermanfaat untuk ilmu pengetahuan, kesejahteraan masyarakat, dan kemanusiaan.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for coming back and participating in this Partner University Info session of the Overseas Education Expo by Universitas Gajah Mada. Please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Esther, law student in UGM, and I will be moderating the session today. We're glad to be having our representative presentation from Suncheon University from South Korea, and the representative of Suncheon University, Mr. John Kim, will be presenting for all the participants here. I'm so excited, and I hope you are too. Before we start the presentation, I will repeat the guidelines for all the participants in OEX. Participants must follow the schedule on time. Participants must not click the breakout room button before the session starts. Participants should use the following name format after entering the room. Participants underscore full name. For example, participants underscore Thomas Alpha Edison. Participants should use the provided virtual background during the event. Participants should turn off the microphone during the presentation time. Participants are allowed to turn on their microphones during the Q&A session after being approved by the moderator. Participants are recommended to turn on their cameras during the event. And this presentation will last for approximately 20 minutes and continue with the Q&A session for 10 minutes maximum. For the Q&A session, you can type it directly in the chat box, or you can ask it directly to Mr. John Kim by raising your hand up, and after I call your name, you may unmute yourself and start asking your question. I hope that's all crystal clear, and without further ado, Mr. John Kim, the time and place is yours.
Okay, thank you, Hester. Hello, everyone. My name is John Kim, coordinator of the Suncheon University. And I know this event is very unique, and I just want to give you kind of refreshment before the event, before I start my presentation. So I would like to show you the video of our university's festival. And okay. Can you guys see this page here? Okay. So okay. Were you guys able to see the video? I think there's a problem with the internet connection, but 1 second. Okay, what about this video? Can you see this video? Oh.
The unprecedented challenges awaken your imagination, and you will discover a new you soon. Series of discussions and debates. Bizarre but valuable challenges. Reckless but reasonable trials. In Suncheonhyang, everything becomes a learning experience. Suncheonhyang never teaches, but gives you the tools to grow as a person. Imagine yourself accomplishing more today than ever with the dedicated education programs. You are learning and seeking the answers along with your friends. And experiencing Suncheonhyang's full resources prepared just for you. Suncheonhyang helps you to expand your knowledge and perspective, preparing you step by step.
Hi! You're looking good, but...
Suncheonhyang University fully invests its resources in ensuring students achieve their goals. Because students making their dreams come true is also the goal of Suncheonhyang. If you allow yourself to work together with Suncheonhyang, you will find yourself becoming more competent. Now it's time to move on to a bigger world. Since you have accomplished so many things at Suncheonhyang, be confident and proud of yourself. Turning dreams into reality all starts with you. Ta-da! You thought this would end? What's been presented to you so far is just part of the beginning. Do you want to know more about what will be awaiting ahead for you?
Cut! Okay!
Guys, great job!
So the video was for the mainly the target was for the high school students in Korea, and you know, we wanted to recruit high school students here after they graduate, so we made that kind of video and then spread out to the high schools in Korea. And I would like to give you more information about the international students. One second. Okay. Okay. So history of the Suncheonhyang University. So everything was started from the hospital, and our founder was the doctor, and everything started from the hospital. That's why we have so many hospitals, like big hospitals in Korea. Speaking of hospital, University Hospital is Well, if you have a disease or if you need to get a surgery in Korea, the university hospital is the best place where you can get the any treatments. And we have 4 of those in all of the Korea, and one is in Seoul and Bucheon and Cheonan and Gumi. And the one in Cheonan, that one's 30 minutes away from our main campus. And everything started from the hospital, and then all of a sudden the founder thought, maybe we need to educate more doctors and create doctors. So they just he started from the medical college that was started in 1978, and then it got bigger, and then it became a university in 1990. So it's been a couple decades so far. And the student numbers, we have 7 colleges and 59 departments, and we have about 13,000 students, including graduate students. And we have many international students. I think we have 700, 800 international students, and the number's getting bigger. And we're hoping to get more international students as well. So we're ranked 3rd among Korean private universities for its government support. And you may not know about this, but this is getting a funding from the government is a very a big issue in Korea. And so because the Korean students are becoming low, and there's many restrictions on the education. So we have most of the university have restrictions on investing their university facilities, or building a new building, those kind of stuff. But if you get the fund from the government, we can provide more a high quality of the education, and we can support students more than before. So that's why we've been trying to get the government funding, and then we've got selected back in 2016, and still those kind of government project is going. So the university looks very different from 5 years ago, and we recently built a new back gate, the main gate of the university, and it's changing. So I think it's a big move, and we're still growing. And here's where we are. So the capital city of the Korea is Seoul, and here this part that's called the Incheon, and this is where you if you come to Korea, this is where you land. So from the Incheon airport, it takes about 2 hours to get to our campus. So there's most of the population are concentrated in Seoul area, especially in Korea. So there's many things that you can do in Seoul. So a lot of students, they study during the week, and they go to the Seoul and during the weekend, and they just have some good foods, and go to good restaurant and go sightseeing, and they just visit and travel. And it takes about 1 hour and 30 minutes to get to Seoul if you take the bus, but the KTX only takes about 30 minutes. So, but it's a little bit expensive. I think it's about, but it's about maybe in US dollar, I think it's like a $10 for the KTX if you go to the Seoul one-way ticket. And so the location is not that bad, so you can concentrate on your study during the week, and then after you're done, you can just go to Seoul and have fun, and it's only like 30 minutes away from your school. So, and the city of Asan, that's where we're located, and we have popular hot spring. I don't know if you guys are interested in that, but if I get so tired, I go to the hot spring, and they're really nice. And after getting a bath from the public spa, you feel really great. And you're probably not get used to taking a bath with other people, but I think this is one of our Korean culture, and I think Japanese culture have it too. So it might be a good experience if you're interested in that kind of stuff. And some places, they have a private spot too, and there are many Korean companies Hyundai and Samsung industrial plants around the campus. So which is why the city of Asan is growing right now, and it's still growing. And here you go. Why Suncheonyang? So we have a Korean language school designed to prepare students for the university entrance, which means some people they really want to study in Korea, but they're not. Oh, I can't speak Korean. How am I supposed to admit to Korean university? Then you can go to Korean language school and just study Korean, and then you can go to the Korean university. And there are various areas of the study. There's many majors, and there's a lot of scholarship opportunities for international students, and there are some support for international students as well. And Korean language school, it's Korean language school is just learning Korean, and then sometimes they go to the field trip and with other students. So it's not only just studying Korean, you just experience Korean culture as well. Okay, so these are the majors that we have. Global Open major. This is the one of the major that is got really popular recently, and this is really interesting because what I think is this major, Korean as a foreign language. If you graduate with this major, you get a certification of the Korean teacher. So with that certification, you can teach Korean anywhere in the world. So which is pretty neat. That's why I think many international students are interested in this major. And recently, I think 2 years ago, we came up with this English taught major. And if you can't speak Korean, you can enroll as an English with the English certificate, and the courses will be all taught in English, and so which is really nice. Another majors department here are the things: engineering major and humanity, College of Social Sciences, and business school. It's all growing, so yeah, we've got some scholarship for international students. So those are the admission fees are this, and tuition fees are this amount of money. But this is all the Korean ones. So I can't really convert into Indonesian money, but these numbers are the Korean money, and so these are the price that you need for the one semester. So the good thing is, if you study or if you have a Korean certificate, if you have a chance to study Korean in Indonesia, or if you're interested in studying Korean in the future, then if you get the TOPIK Korean certificate, then you can get the scholarship when you get admitted. Also, after you get accepted, you can also get the academic excellence scholarship. So if you have, we're 4.5 scale, and if you have above 4.0, then you get full tuition and then dormitory waiver. So you don't need money to study. Maybe you need some money for food, but if you study hard, if you're a good student, then you can study for really good price. And if it's hard to get the scholarship, or if it's hard to study here, we've also had many students from University of Gajah as an government funded scholarship students, and we actually have one student this semester, and she's doing really great, and she it seems like most of the Indonesian students who visited here, they really have fun, and they really recommend to their friends. So there's like one Indonesian student comes here, they spread out their words to other students, and they apply and they come here. So I think it's getting our university is getting popular among those Indonesian students. So what we can offer is we can just do the airport pickup to the dormitory, and I bet most of the university provide this kind of supports, right? And yes, I think I won't go over all the details here, but Because if you're interested in studying here, then maybe you can find more details on their website, or you can ask me questions now. Do you guys have any questions?
Thank you, Mr. John, for the presentation. Yeah, so we will move to the Q&A session. I will repeat the rule to ask questions. You can type it directly, or you can ask directly to Mr. John by raising your hand, and after you may unmute yourself and your question.
Okay.
While waiting for the question, I also have a question from you. So international students there, is it possible for us to find part-time job, because if you want to give additional money for
Esther, I'm sorry, but like you were breaking up a little bit. Can you say that again, please?
Sure. Sorry. As international students, if you want to gain additional money, is it possible if we search for a part-time job there in Seoul or the other part of South Korea? Can you hear me clearly?
Part-time job, right?
Yeah.
That one. Okay, so it's a little tricky. So if you have the Korean certificate level, the certificate, you can work up to 20 hours a week per week. And you can, if you don't have the certificate, you can work 10 hours. But the point is, what if you can speak Korean? You know, do you think the restaurant owners or any part-time job who's offering the part-time job, they have less opportunity to get the job because, you know, they need to communicate in Korean. So I guess, you know, students need to speak Korean to get a job. But, you know, most of, like, I guess 90%, 80%, most of the students here, they even if they get the scholarship, they, you know, have a part-time job, and they they work, and they make their money. They make their own, like, you know, pocket money. And I believe I'm not sure how much you get paid there, but here in Korea, I think closely you get 9,000 Korean won per hour. But I don't know how to convert that into Indonesian money. But like about $8 in US dollar.
Okay. Thank you so much, Mr. John, for the answer. Can you hear me clearly now?
Yes.
Okay, so we will move to the second question from Rida. During the COVID-19 pandemic, the Suncheongyang University provides housing for the self-quarantine regulations when we arrive for exchange program.
Oh, okay. So, whoa, that's a really good question. It's been long since we had all this COVID masks like this, and what we can offer is, you know, when students arrive, we pick up students from airport to the on-campus dormitory. So students will stay in the dormitory for 14 days, and they don't have to pay for the quarantine fee, but they do have to pay for their food. And I remember some students had some issues with the food, because, you know, some students, they don't eat pork, or some students are there like completely vegetarian. But you know, there's like hundreds of students, so we can't really match their needs. But we give Korean style bento box, and, you know, it has like a rice and vegetables and some meats and soup. So I think, you know, it's that's what we can provide. But also, and, you know, government ask students to get the everyone who enters Korea, they need to get the PCR test. I don't know if you guys have done that. I've done it, and it was really painful. but and it's inexpensive. But they government offers two free COVID testing. So students, when they enter Korea, they get the testing, and then if the negative result after 13 days, they get another testing, and then they're free. Mm.
Okay, thank you for the answer. While waiting for the next question, I want to inform to the participant to check out our website, ugm.id/oex for the detailed information from Sun Chun Hyang and the other universities. So just click the link that I share in the chat box to know more about the university partner. Is there anyone who wants to ask? Mr. John, do you have any contact person to directly message you if they have another new question?
Oh, any questions? Yes, they can ask me. They can or email me. I can. Do you want me to leave my email here?
Yeah, sure. You can leave it in the chat box.
Okay. This is my email, so if you have any questions, you can ask me anything, and I'll answer your questions. I actually wanted to invite a student from Kazamata University, but she had some issues with her class, so she couldn't come today.
Oh, okay. So maybe this will be the last question. In this COVID-19 pandemic, if we join the international program in Sun Chun University, is there any offline activities, or all classes and all event will be conducted online?
Oh, okay. So we do have some of those guidelines of the how to operate. I mean, the teach classes during the semester. Depending on the size of the class, students. We have this standard for this semester. If the class is less than 15 students, everything will be face-to-face lecture. If class has more than 15 students, then it will be online. But yes, but like language classes, just imagine you're taking language classes online. It might be really hard because there's some internet connection issues and all kinds of stuff. So we try our best to make it, face-to-face lecture for those Korean language courses. And I think there are like I would say for the international students, most of like 60% of the classes are face-to-face lecture.
Okay. All right. That sounds great. Thank you so much, Mr. John. So I will end this Q&A session. Thank you so much for the insightful presentation and for answering our question. So for all the participants, I hope you get something from this session and hope you can achieve your dream to continue in South Korea, especially in Sun Chun University. Thank you all for coming and see you next time. For additional info, after the session, we will have a 1 hour break. After that, in this room, we have the others info session from Anadolu University from Turkey and RWTH International Academy from Germany in room 2. So thank you all for coming.
Welcome to Overseas Education Expo 2021 by OEA UGM. What is OEX? Overseas Education Expo, or OEX, is the first virtual exhibition fair created by the Office of International Affairs UGM. In partnership with over 37 plus universities worldwide, you will get the opportunity to expand your university choices that fit your interests and circumstances. OEX will provide easy access for you to get free presentations from our university partners, as well as consultations from our partner educational agencies. Why is OEX? It will connect you to educators around the world. OEX, organized by OEA UGM through our fast connections with universities all around the world and educational agencies nationwide. The world in the palm of your hands. In time like this, uncertain and limited as it is, our dreams and ambitions seem so far out of reach. Distance like a tall barrier we can't go through. At OEX, we strive to break this barrier by providing you with the information you need regarding overseas education abroad. World in the palm of your hand. You can have the complete and interactive study expo experience even from the comforts of your own home. University participations in total with 36 plus universities around the world. OEX in partnership with more than 12 universities in Asia, more than 7 in Asian, 15 plus from the European Union, and more than 2 in the Middle East. So, are you ready to join us? Welcome to Overseas Education Expo 2021.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention? The presentation is about to begin. Honorable our partner university representatives and all distinguished participants, good afternoon. Welcome to session 2 of Overseas Education Expo Day 1. First of all, I would like to introduce myself and our presenter for today. I'm Dayandara Rizky as a moderator for the session. On this occasion, we will have a presentation which will be delivered by Anadolu University Turkey representative. Each presenter will have 20 minutes to deliver the presentation and 10 minutes to question and answer session. Before we jump to the presentation, I would like to explain our guidelines for the participants. The first, participants must follow the schedule on time. Participants should use the following name format after entering the room. Participant underscore full name, for instance, participants underscore Dayanda Radiski. Participants should use the provided virtual background during the event. Participants should turn off their microphone during the presentation time. Participants are allowed to turn on their microphones during the Q&A session after being approved. And the last one, participants are recommended to turn on their cameras during the event. Okay, without any further ado, let's welcome our first presenter from Anadolu University. Spotlight is yours.
Thank you so much. But I couldn't find the share screen. I just opened this my presentation, but I cannot find it. Did I do anything wrong? It is. I'm sorry. I just share the screen. Yes, I found this one. Yes, share. Okay, can you see that? Can you see that? Hello?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am, please.
Okay. Let me, okay, good. First of all, I would like to introduce myself to you. I'm Lily Fan. I'm responsible for incoming student and staff at Anadolu University. Thank you so much to invite me here and share this platform with you and other peers in the universities. Thank you so much. I would like to start my presentation now. Anadolu University is located at Eskişehir. Eskişehir is in the very heart of Turkey. You see the map. Turkey is in the middle of Asia and Europe. And so it is a historical and modern country. So the joint of Eastern and Western, and is the Muslim country also. And Eskişehir is just in the middle of Turkey. As you see, this is Ankara and this is Istanbul. So it's very convenient after you arrive by plane to Istanbul and Ankara. Then there's an express train to Eskişehir. It's very easy to reach Eskişehir. Is very convenient transportation. And Eskişehir, Eski, let me explain you this name of the city. Eski means old, Şehir means city. So Eskişehir means old city. The city as its name, it have 3,500 years of history, written history. And also this youth history city as well. There are 3 universities and more than 100,000 students before pandemic. I'm sorry. And here you can see the photo. There's a river. The river means names Porsuk River, and this river flowing across the city. So Eskişehir is called as Asia Amsterdam or Asia Venezia. It's very nice, and there are many restaurants and bars beside the river. So it is a good place for the young people to enjoy their leisure time. And this is one of most developed and livable and safe city of Turkey, and it's selected as the Turkish World Culture Capital in 2013 and 2014. And because it is in the middle of the Turkey, so it's affordable and stress-free transportation, and also it is inexpensive also compared with the big cities, for example, Istanbul and Ankara. And it's very easy to find accommodation for students because it's just a student city. And also because this city is designed for the student, so it's very rich social life and activities. Here I put some city introduction videos. So, and I put in the drive. So if somebody would like to interest in our city, they can see the YouTube video. Now I'd like to introduce Anadolu University itself. Anadolu University was established in 1958. Actually, it's just starting as Eskişehir Academy of Economics and Commercial Sciences. and it's the only higher education institution in Eskişehir here at that time. Then we meet two turning point. One in 1982. In 1982, we renamed as current Anadolu University. Anadolu here is Anatolia, also it means mother. So just now we said there are 3 universities at this city. Actually, another 2 universities are all separated from Anadolu University. There are some universities of us actually. And in 1982, we built up our distance education system. So now we have about 1 million students in this system. So instead of big university, Anadolu University is a mega university. And in 2006, another turning point is 2006. In 2006, we launched a European credit transfer system. So this means Anadolu University credits is accepted by European countries. So we start Erasmus exchange in 2006. And this is one of the first universities in Turkey. Now I would like to share some facts of Anadolu University. Now we have more than 18,000 on-campus students, and here there's 4,400 something PhD and master students, and around 1 million students, and 1,700 academic staff, and 1,400 academic staff as well. And also every year we have about 650 exchange students and staff because of some exchange programs I will introduce later. And we have more than 4,000 international students from more than 100 countries and as our diploma students. Here we have 12 faculties, 6 graduate schools, 3 schools, and 3 vocational schools, and 30 research centers, and 55 student clubs. Here is our 12 faculties. As you say, the first 9, education, economics, and administrative sciences, communication science, law, fine arts, humanities, pharmacy, tourism, and here health sciences, they are all on-campus, host on-campus students. And the last 3, open education, economics, and business administration, these 3 faculties host distance education students. They are about 1 million students. And maybe you might say, we only have social sciences faculties. And here, there are graduate schools, 6 graduate schools. They are host more than 4,000 graduate master students and PhD students, and 3 schools and 3 vocational schools. These 6 schools are all associate undergraduate level. The programs in English, these are English language teaching, business administration, cinema and television, journalism, and public relations and advertising. These 6 are all in English. Of course, we have full French and German and Russian programs also. Excellence, as I said, that we have about 1 million students. So distance education is one of excellence. And also, Anadolu University is famous for its education for disabilities, especially hearing loss students. And we are the top 5 good universities on this education in Europe. Anadolu University global ranking is about 800 to 1,000 in 2019, according to THE. And Asia ranking about 250 to 300. And for introduction video, you can click here. I will not show here because of time. So we have great amount of international cooperations with European countries and out of European countries. We have 2 Erasmus. Erasmus exchange program is for European countries and and out of European countries. And Mevlana exchange program, youth projects, and dual diploma programs. And as I said, in 2006, we launched the THE, European Transfer Credits System. So 2006, we have sending more than 700 students and more than 200 staff by the Erasmus program, and about 400 agreements with only European countries. So in 2015, we launched Erasmus partner country programs. UGM actually, your country actually is one of our partners program, and we invite more than 10 staff and students to our university since 2015. Now we have about 79 international agreements with more than 30 different countries out of European countries. And the third exchange program is Mevlana program. And this program is sponsored by Turkey Higher Education Council. So we have about more than 45 partners by far. And also we have a grant amount of MOU as well, Memorandum of Understanding, about 90 MOU with 40 countries, HEI. Anadolu University exchange programs. We have short-term programs. As I said, there's Erasmus programs, 2 kinds of Erasmus with European countries and out of European countries. And if we have Memorandum of Understanding, we accept up to 5 free mover students from each partner universities each year as well. And also, we accept Mevlana exchange program, and this we place mobility call to partners twice a year. Here, if your student would like to be our diploma student, we have Turkey scholarship. This scholarship is given by the Turkish government. Because Anadolu University is a public university, so we don't have our own scholarship. The scholarship is only given by Turkish government. So this scholarship is launched in 2012, I'm sorry. And this program is providing financial support and also placement to the student. It's something like an university entrance examination. Students can select their own universities in this program. So this program not only supports the students, that they have undergraduate, postgraduate, and of course PhD, and also academicians, staff, researchers, and civil servants in other countries. This civil servants means the people who is working for international organizations or for some public who need to learn some Turkish programs. So this scholarship also providing full-time degree programs, short-term specialized programs, Turkish programs, and tailored programs for the participants for specific regions and research fields. About this scholarship, if you would like to have more details, we can put it on discussion and question session. Here, there is a Turkish bursları. Actually, you can Google Turkish government scholarship in Google. Then it can come out. So how to make the application? First, you can send your nomination. Normally, it is international, is inter-institutional relationship. Your students give your their wish or something would like to study at us to you, then you send your nomination to uib@anadolu.edu or tr, or just send to me. My email address is lilifan@anadolu.edu.tr. Then after we select your student or accept your nomination, we will send required documents to you and to students. So we'll keep you in touch during the whole process. Then after all the required documents are done, we will send students acceptance letter and instruct them what to do before mobility. So maybe the student would like to know how living in Eskişehir here. Accommodation. Actually, we have two accommodation options. One is public, private apartment and shared flat. Actually, we call our students to give one flat, to share their flat with the incoming student because of language. So they can help the incoming student to cope with the first beginning difficulties at the beginning. But some people would like to have their privacy. They would like to looking for their private apartment beside university. We help this one to check before they come. We will check how safety they are and how clean they are, how far it is from university. Then give the feedback to the students. And the housing cost depends on the location, quality of accommodation, and new or old of the apartment. The price is including, when we see the price normally is including the water, electricity, internet, heating in winter, of course, and this common senses, and of course the building management as well. And the price usually is from 100 euro to 150 euro per month. Of course, this is the 2021 price. And we will help the incoming student on accommodation. But unfortunately, we don't have a dormitory for international students. And transportation, the in-city transportation is very convenient. We have tramway, bus, and taxis. Tramway and bus single ticket for student only cost 0.2 euro per ride. And taxi can be found anytime. The starting price is very cheap as well. Living Eskişehir here, cost of food. Each student decide how much they can spend because it depends on their lifestyle and daily needs. But for the average incoming student and Turkish student, the cost on the food normally is about 150 euro per month. If you eat on campus, it's very, very cheap. We supply 3 meals per day. It is per day on campus. We have student restaurant on campus. The whole day, breakfast, lunch, and dinner only cost 1 euro per day. And of course, if you would like to have international selections, they have Chinese food, Italian food, hamburger, Pizza Hut, sushi. Anyway, there are many international cuisines in the city as well. This is just for students. Here, I would like to give some cost of living here. As you see, most of the required, the food is not so expensive. Okay, why Anadolu University? Here, I would like to share some photos of Anadolu. And it is a student-centered education. There we have experienced academic staff and well-equipped faculty facilities. And the green land occupies 60% of campus. Student-friendly campus and city can provide comfort living for the incoming students. Here, every year we organize International Day. I would like to share 2018 International Day. We have here, there's a Mongolia student from Mongolia. This is from China. And they are in their student club. They are making their own glasses and they are showing their traditional dance. And there are many countries, other students as well. This one semester, we have so many international students there and their friends. Thank you. we welcome you here.
Okay, thank you, Miss Lily, for the presentation. And next, maybe we have listened to the presentation from Miss Lily about the brief history of Anadolu University. Anadolu University in numbers, its faculties and facilities, also their marvelous several programs. Such an insightful session. Thank you, Miss Lily.
Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, next we will have a question and answer session.
Okay.
If you have a question, please click the raise hand feature and I will call you by your name, or you can write down the question in the chat box. Participants are urged to turn on their microphone after being approved. Okay, is there any question?
Okay, I would like to answer the first question. I'm sorry, question from YouTube. Hello, I want to ask, how is the COVID-19 precautions and regulations in Turkey? Does Anadolu University helps students? Should their mandatory self? Of course, you know, this pandemic and precautions is done by all the governments currently. And actually today, even today is the last day of Turkey government lockdown. So from last semester, we give the online education to all students. Actually, some of them try to make hybrid system. For example, for some for fine arts faculty, because they need to use ceramic, they need to use ovens, and some gastronomy department in tourism faculty, they need to use kitchen, for example. We try to give these facilities for students, but at the last 3 months, because the case is rising a lot, we have to move to online education for all. So of course, everybody need to stay at home as much as possible. And we give to all incoming students some buddy student, and also they have flatmate. These are all Turkish students. Even last week, one of students from Poland, unfortunately, just before end of semester, they get the COVID-19, they catch the positive, unfortunately. So our buddy students and our ESN, I have to mention the ESN student. This is a student volunteer organization who helping incoming students at Anadolu University. They are and together with our university, our office, they are helping these Poland students go to the hospital and helping them to safe stay, and helping the people who is living with this student to go to hospital and make a test, then make a quarantine in the hospital. So because of incoming student lack of language communication, so we are making such system for helping incoming students to pass this procedure easier. Yes. Is there any?
Yeah. And for the second question, is there
any further information for summer course? Yes, we have some information for, we always have some summer courses, but unfortunately it is not international ones. It is for Turkish students and all courses in Turkish, unfortunately, because you know, the pandemic, a lot of students cannot concentrate on online education. So we just enlarged the summer courses only for the Turkish students to make the credits get easier. Yeah, about now I think they will start, our semester finished this semester, this week. So I think 2 weeks later our summer course will start, but for Turkish students, unfortunately. Second, I would really want to know about the effect of pandemic through learning system. Yeah, it is is there any kind of exchange online, offline by the course? Actually, in this semester, we host about 30 students from other countries. Of course, we shift our education to online mainly. And I hopefully in this autumn semester, we will get offline face-to-face education and open our workshops. It all depends on the pandemic situation, actually. Now Turkey, about 16% of people get the vaccine. And from next month, it is said we will fasten this process. Hopefully, the next we will reach about 50%, according to the public, the official predict. Then, in that case, we can easily start the face-to-face education.
Okay, and the last question from you too.
Is there any student club? Of course, we have 55 international students. It's just we need to, the student need to go to application. Then we will organize the teachers and students and give the, of course, mainly there are some hobbies, for example, dance, handcrafts, or something. They're just such kinds of student clubs. Actually, students will be very busy in our in Eskişehir here because we have many other activities as well.
Okay, but I have my own question too.
Okay.
Yeah. In this 4.0 era, is there any platform, like online platform provided by Anadolu University that we can access to know the college students' activities inside there?
I'm sorry, I couldn't catch your meaning exactly, actually. What kind of education you mentioned?
Maybe like YouTube channel or website or anything that we have that we can access to know the college students' activities, like their activities, like their activities in summer maybe, or in winter session, like that, or webinar or something like that.
Of course, of course. Now, currently, we host the courses and seminar and conference in domestic academicians and Erasmus staff who cannot come here physically. We give the online. Actually, last year, we host about 20 online incoming staff online. Yes. Actually, we have staff from giving the staff exchange online as well, and also we tell our students to attend such seminars and conference as well to invite them. So last month we invited actually from two staff from Islamic Indonesia University. Actually, two of the staff give 2 lectures and the students more than 400. So it is a very big organization. Yes. So it all depends on the possibilities, and also we have very wide cooperation with Europeans, and just from Europeans we host about 15 staff just in this semester. Everything is online, and they are giving lectures as well.
Huge numbers.
Yes. I'm really shocked in this pandemic. Even everybody cannot come physically. They're doing online visually. So I'm expecting the Erasmus exchange will upgrade into after 2022 because they are enjoying the physically and face-to-face. So I hopefully Indonesia, this is a good opportunity for Indonesia as well, for student and staff exchange.
So is there webinars for Indonesia student exchange?
Of course, we have about 72 agreements with more than 30 countries. So yes. Yes, so it all depends on whether we have the grants for this region. Actually, from your university, we host about 8 staff, maybe 6 to 7 students by far. So by Erasmus exchange. And this current Erasmus program will be terminated on 2021, I think. the Erasmus program will upgrade since 2022. Now we are thinking how to make the cooperation more convenient when facing such unexpected pandemic, everything, such things. Yes, I think the future will be easier. Everything is tailored according to situation.
Okay, well, that's amazing achievement, right? Like in this uncertainty situation, we do have the motivation, and we don't know how to increase our motivation like that. But Anadolu University have several programs to enlight it, right?
Yeah. Pandemic made everything difficulty, especially internet, because internet breakdown to make the course difficult. Yeah, this is a reality. No matter in Turkey or any other country, I hear the most complaints internet problem. They cannot, and people cannot really. Really enjoy the activity. It's another problem because everything is online, not so lovely, like face to face, and the mobility will the quality will make a discount because you cannot go to this country physically, so you cannot enjoy their food, their culture, everything. So this is a shortcoming of online activity. But I believe there's a better than none. Just like now I'm here, I see you from computer, from this platform. So I think this is still a possibility to know each other. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Lily, for this insightful presentation.
Thank you.
I think that's the end of the question and answer session of Anadolu
Thank you so
University presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Yes, I do hope all questions have been answered clearly by our speaker. Thank you to all participants for actively participating in this session.
Yes, I'd like to write my email address here. If you have any questions or some ideas, please contact me with my email. I will answer any kinds of questions from you, from here, everybody here, and your students.
Okay, noted, Miss Lily. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Yes. Okay. For the next session, we will have another presentation which will be delivered by Humboldt University Germany representative. But before that, I would like to inform that Overseas Education Expo OEX 2021 is a virtual exhibition that is held by Office of International Affairs Universitas Gadjah Mada OIA UGM on May 28th till 30th 2021. Apart from the ones I have mentioned, on day 2 we will have an IEC study workshop. The study workshop, also our university partners presentation from Ibaraki Japan, University Technology Petronas Malaysia, Monash University Australia, University of Birmingham UK, Vrije University Amsterdam Netherlands, Iba University Japan, and University Belgium, Queen Mary University of London, UK, University of Freiburg, Germany, Sogang University, South Korea, University College Dublin, Ireland, and the last one is University of Limerick, Ireland. We also cooperate with BEM, GIMA, and media in UGM such as UGM Today, BBPM Balairum, MKM UGM, ISEC UGM, SKM Bulak Sumur UGM, FPCI UGM, SRE UGM, UGM Body Club, BEM FDP UGM, and the last one, BEM FKH. Okay, I think that's all for today's session. We will have the next session in 5 minutes. Thank you.
Universitas Gadjah Mada menuju World Class University.
Untuk mewujudkan visi dan misi UGM sesuai statuta, maka proses yang berjalan di UGM harus dapat diukur dengan baik menggunakan parameter apapun, termasuk parameter yang digunakan dalam pemeringkatan universitas-universitas terbaik di dunia. Tahun ini, dari sekitar 26.000 universitas di dunia, kita berhasil masuk dalam jajaran 1,5% universitas terbaik di dunia.
Apa saja indikator yang digunakan dalam pemeringkatan universitas-universitas terbaik di dunia? QS World University Ranking. Times Higher Education World University Ranking.
Sejak akhir tahun 2015, UGM melalui program-programnya secara serius bekerja keras memperbaiki proses pada indikator penilaian QS. Mulai awal tahun 2017, UGM juga mulai melakukan perbaikan proses pada indikator penilaian rankingan Times Higher Education.
Nama saya Hasan Sbaihat, aku dari Palestina. Aku belajar di sini di UGM Fakultas Kedokteran.
I'm from Osnabrück in Germany and I'm an international student at UGM. I choose UGM because
UGM punya staff program dan laboratorium yang bagus.
So this university I think is really the best.
Saat ini UGM menempati posisi 203 dunia untuk reputasi akademiknya. Saya yakin apabila UGM terus melakukan perbaikan-perbaikan fundamental pada proses-proses dan seluruh aspek yang berjalan, maka tidak mustahil UGM akan lebih mengakar kuat dan menjulang tinggi.
Mari kita lanjutkan usaha-usaha untuk bersama-sama memperbaiki proses-proses yang berjalan agar UGM benar-benar menjulang tinggi dengan tetap mengakar kuat dan bermanfaat untuk ilmu pengetahuan, kesejahteraan masyarakat, dan kemanusiaan.
Okay. I think we can greet Miss Catherine from Humboldt University. But before that, I would like to inform you all that we also collaborate with LMFKT UGM, BMKM Farmasi UGM, BMKM FMIPA, Tema Visipol UGM, Mas Justisia UGM, Tema Fabrika UGM, BEM Peternakan UGM, DSI Universitas Gadjah Mada, BMKM FKG UGM, and LEM FIB UGM. Okay, let's jump to the next session. For the next session, we will have a presentation which will be delivered by Humboldt University Germany representative. Presentation will be conducted in 20 minutes and question and answer session for 10 minutes. Since the presenter has already attended, please welcome our next presenter from Humboldt University. The spotlight is yours.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for your invitation. My name is Katharina König. I'm the Student Exchange Coordinator for Asia, Australia, and Africa at Humboldt University. We have two teams. We have an incoming team and an outgoing team. I mainly belong to the outgoing team, but I'm very happy to be here today and to give you some further information about exchange opportunities at Humboldt University. And I think I will start with our presentation right now, because we otherwise don't have enough time for your questions afterwards. So, Humboldt University would like to welcome you in Berlin. We have many partner universities, more than 350 partner universities, mainly with European partners as part of the Erasmus program, but we also have many partner universities abroad in other countries, in Asia, Africa, Australia, the United States, and also South Africa and America. And yeah, Humboldt University has a very long and old tradition. It's the oldest university in Berlin, and it started in 1810 with only 256 students and 52 professors. So the tradition is longer than 200 years, and we altogether have 9 faculties. We always say that we offer everything but engineering, so this is the only discipline which we don't offer. But we have humanities, social and cultural sciences, human medicine, mathematics, natural sciences. And currently we have around 36 students without Charité. Charité is the medical departments in cooperation with Freie Universität of Berlin. And each year we have more than 6,000 students from abroad, also counting our degree-seeking students. So degree-seeking students and students coming from exchange programs, and around 5,000 new students each year, and more than 460 tenured professors. So, which is also important to mention is the very long tradition and the famous people who taught at Humboldt University or who were scholars and also students at Humboldt universities. Just to mention a few, Albert Einstein, which you may know, he's one of the greatest physicists of all times, and he developed the theory of relativity. Max Planck is also a famous physicist. He was the originator of the quantum theory. And Hegel is a German philosopher. He's one of the most important figures of the German idealism. Maybe you also know Otto von Bismarck, a conservative German statesman who masterminded the unification of Germany in 1871, and he was also the first chancellor until 1890. And one person that you also might know is Karl Marx. He is a German philosopher, and he was a socialist revolutionary. The brothers Grimm were among the first and best known collectors of German and European folk tales. The Winkelmann Institute is also very famous for its classical archaeological collections, and it still has very strong connections to the museums in Berlin. As you may know, we also had a very turbulent history, especially in the Third Reich under Hitler, and also during the times afterwards, during the German Democratic Republic. But this is very important for Humboldt's presence, that we very much deal with our history, and we have many research on that time. And Humboldt University nowadays is committed to reform and to a critical distance from this political influence or from any political influence, and to equal opportunity and international participation. That is very important. And I would also like to mention that Humboldt University belongs to the 11 universities of excellence in Germany, and it is part of the only Excellence University Consortium, the so-called Berlin University Alliance, together with the Freie University, the Technical University, and Charité, which I already mentioned, the Medical University. And that's very interesting because in this consortium, there are many close connections between the universities in Berlin and many opportunities to work and research together. There are also many international partners included in these programs. Berlin is the capital of Germany, so Humboldt University is very close to the centers of politics. On the pictures, you see the Brandenburg Gate, which is also very famous, and it's quite close to Humboldt University. It's only a few hundred meters away. And you also have the huge centers of media and culture, very closely connected to Humboldt University. Humboldt University sees itself as an open university. We have more than 1,000 public lectures, talks, and discussions each year. And we have everything from children's universities. So children who go to school in Berlin, they can also come to Humboldt University and have lectures. So they get a first insight on how a university works. And we also have senior citizens university. And we have the so-called Humboldt lectures on Europe with European heads of state who give their talks. We just developed a new welcome center, which also supports exchange students. Just to mention some of our services, there's always a personal enrollment possible. So you come to our office and there are many people you can talk to and who do the registration for you. And we also have a visa service team. So if you have any problems with your visa, you can also go there and you don't have to go directly to the institutions, but the students and colleagues of mine help you to get your visa and to clarify everything. We offer many language courses, courses during the semester, but also pre-semester courses, the so-called German intensive language courses, which might especially be helpful for those students who have some knowledge of the German language, but to get a more profound knowledge of the language before they start their studies in Berlin. And of course, we also have many preparation and support services and also well-being courses. And we also have a mentoring program, a buddy program with students who mainly have also been abroad and who were very thankful about their experience and to help incoming exchange students when they come to Berlin. And there are also many cultural events. We have theater workshops, for example, and many networking opportunities for the incoming exchange students coming to Humboldt University. If you wish to study at Humboldt University, we offer both options for undergraduate and graduate students. So you can also apply as a graduate student for the exchange program. There is no minimum GPA required in general, but of course, each home university has their own scales. And so if you have further questions on that, I think you can also contact the colleagues at UGM. The available exchange period is 1 term or 1 year, so you can also apply for 2 semesters. And here you find further information about the term dates. We have a winter term and summer term. Winter term starts on the 1st of October and summer term on the 1st of April. The exams are mostly in the last 2 weeks of February and in the last 2 weeks of July. If you wish to have a look at the courses which are offered at Humboldt University, you find the link here. And this is also very helpful if you want to have a look how many courses are offered in English, because I think that might be most important for you to find and to identify courses taught in English. And we offer around 500 courses taught in English each year. The situation is difficult in the different faculties, but the number of English taught courses increases. So it's always worth having a look at the course catalog and try to find out if the faculty which is relevant for you also offers courses on undergraduate and or graduate level in your faculty. Just to name a few more options regarding studying here at Humboldt universities, undergraduate students are allowed to take courses at maximum 2 departments, which is sometimes also very helpful because the students can choose from more options, and yeah, they have the possibility to get to know several departments. And as I just mentioned, we have around 500 courses each semester at the moment, which are taught in English. Additional options are the language courses during the semester or also before the semester. And another very important aspect is the so-called Berlin Perspectives program, which I will explain a bit later, a bit more. And for graduate students, they can choose 1 department, but sometimes they can also choose several other courses from other departments if they talk to the colleagues at the other departments. So just a few more notes on the Berlin Perspectives program. It offers interdisciplinary seminars for exchange students, but also for the students who are enrolled at Humboldt University as degree-seeking students. So the students have the option to study together with Humboldt University students. And yeah, it's very interesting because it focuses on Berlin and the Berlin history, the German history, society and culture, and you meet students from very different disciplinary and cultural backgrounds. And the seminars are mainly taught in English, but sometimes you also find bilingual formats with English, German, but you don't in general have to have any German background in order to take these courses. So this is really a very popular option for the exchange students. And I think you can take 2/3 of your courses within that program. The other 1/3 has to be taken then in the faculty directly. Regarding the admission requirements, the required level of German language skills is normally B2, and there are several options of certificates which you can hand in, for example, the Goethe certificate, the DSH or the TestDAF. Alternatively, you can also do the so-called C-test before the beginning of the semester. And if you don't reach the required score, you can also do an intensive course before the beginning of the semester. The English language requirements are TOEFL minimum 80 or IELTS minimum 6.0. So it's also possible to come to Humboldt University without any German background if you just want to attend courses taught in English. The required documents, apart from the language certificate, are a letter of motivation where you describe what you want to do at Humboldt University and in which study fields you are mainly interested in. You also need a reference letter or a letter of recommendation from one of your faculty members. Your current transcript of records has to be handed in, and of course you also need an official nomination from your home university. So for the whole procedure at your home university at UGM, please get in contact with the international office there directly. Here you find the application deadline. We currently have the application deadline for winter term, which is at the end of May, and the application deadline for summer term is at the end of November. Yeah, accommodation is also a very important topic because currently the situation in Berlin is a bit difficult. It's more and more difficult to find accommodation because of the growing demand for rooms for many people from many different countries. And there's also a significant increase in rental prices. But the good thing is that we have a special contingent of housing institutions for international exchange students. And in order to apply for a room, students need to transfer a deposit of 600 euro. The accommodation is not directly on the campus. It's in another part of Berlin, but you have very good travel connections or public transport connections from the accommodation to the university. And yeah, the university is also not a classical campus, but the different departments are also in different parts of the city. So this is sometimes a bit strange for students coming from other parts or from other countries because they are not used to this kind of campus, which is not the classical campus. Yeah, here you see in Mitte, Humboldt University is located in the city center of Berlin, and the three accommodation options are in the eastern part of Berlin. We have, for example, the very modern Studentendorf Adlershof. In Adlershof, you find the natural science campuses, and you have fully furnished rooms and apartments, and there's a huge infrastructure with a party room, a gym, and also a daycare center for children. And this is the most expensive option. So you have to pay for a shared flat 450 euro per month, but you have a very well-equipped accommodation then. We also have cheaper options here. The dormitory Allee der Kosmonauten is between 170 and 235 euro, and you live there in a private room in a shared flat. And we have another dormitory in Alsbuttersteig, also in the eastern part of the city, and this is a bit more expensive, but still affordable, I think. yeah, and a few more notes on the costs. For food and meals, you have to pay around 200 to 300 euro per month. And this is also special for Berlin. We have the so-called semester ticket, which is around 270 euros per semester. So for 6 months, it seems to be expensive in the first place, but it isn't, because it includes a ticket for the public transport for 6 months. So it's quite cheap, in fact. You also have to get a health insurance, which is around 110 euro per month. But it's possible that if you have a private health insurance from your home country, that you get an exemption from the compulsory insurance coverage in Germany. Yes, these were just a few facts to give you the first impression on the history of Humboldt University and on the current study options here. I forgot to mention our contact details, but I also sent the fact sheet of Humboldt University to the colleagues at UGM. So if you have any questions after this session within the next weeks or month, you can also contact us, you can contact our incoming team, or you can also directly contact me if you have any questions. So I think we can now start with the second part with your questions on Berlin, on Humboldt University, on any practical details regarding the exchange.
Okay, thank you, Miss, for the insightful presentation. We'll start with the presentation from about the important tradition at Humboldt University, its strategic location, their exchange programs and services, and also accommodations. All right, ladies and gentlemen, next we will have a question and answer session. If you have a question, please click the raise hand feature and I will call you by your name, or you can write down the question in the chat box. Participants are allowed to turn on their microphones after being approved. So we already have a question in chat box. I will read it. Question from YouTube, Raisa Zalfaraski. Will the course in Humboldt University will be held online or offline?
You mean for the next semester? Well, that's a very good question, because Humboldt University has not decided yet. It will probably be a mixture of both. Due to the current situation, it probably won't be possible to have all classes in presence. So currently we think that some of the courses will be held online and some of the courses will be held in presence in classroom, which makes the situation a bit complicated for exchange students, because we do not have any further information from the individual departments yet, whether it will be possible to take all classes online and whether there will be enough courses online for the exchange students. But I think we will get further information on that within the next few months. And it's still a difficult situation, but in general, the situation in Europe and also in Germany is improving at the moment. So we are quite optimistic that it will be possible to have some courses also in presence during winter term. And the situation will probably be much better than in the next term during summer term 2022.
Okay, and I also have my own question. What kind of cultural events held by Humboldt University in this pandemic COVID-19? Maybe like with Indonesia, or with other countries?
So you mean which cultural events we are offering for exchange students?
Yes.
Well, we do have, of course, classical events like biking tours or ship tours, all these touristic events where you get to know Berlin more closely. And this is normally at the beginnings of the semester. So you have the option to meet other students from Humboldt University and also connect to other exchange students. So these are the classical touristic options you have. And we also have several courses at Humboldt University. We, for example, have intercultural courses and we have this theater workshops. So there are many other options to get closely into these intercultural questions, and yeah, also to closely connect to the other students. And we also have meetings, informal meetings in the afternoon where you can meet other people. So there are many different options.
Okay, thank you for the answer. And I will read the next question. From Indra Waspada, is there any short course such as summer course or etc.?
Yes, we of course also offer summer and winter courses, but these are offered on a fee-paying basis. Though they're not part of our exchange program, you have to pay for them, but there are very many attractive options. Some courses which are mainly focusing on language courses, but also courses for example, on law or on humanities and social sciences. So you can have a look at our homepage and you find all these different options. At the moment, the courses are also taught online, but my colleagues are also optimistic that next year they will get back to the in-presence, in-classroom courses again. And we have many students from Asia as well for these Humboldt Summer and Winter University, and it's a very nice option if you just have a shorter time frame, then it's a very good alternative option.
Okay, such a great programs. And we have the next question. Is there any German language class that international students can take when having an exchange at Humboldt University?
Yes, of course. As I just mentioned, so you both have the option to take part in a pre-semester intensive language course, which also is on a fee-paying basis. So I think at the moment it's around 700 or 750 euros for 1 month of intensive learning. And we offer that on different levels. So it's for beginners, but it's also for students who have some German knowledge already. And then it's more like a communication course on different topics. And additionally, you can also take part in semester-long courses. And for these courses, you don't have to pay any extra fees. So they are offered for free for exchange students.
Okay, and then we can jump to the next question. From Adelia. Yes, Adelia. Does Humboldt University offer any scholarship for graduate students?
Yes, currently we have within our student exchange agreement for the academic year 2021-22, we still have 2 scholarships, which we can offer both for undergraduate or graduate students. And if you apply for the exchange program, then you can also contact the colleagues at UGM, and we still have these 2 scholarships for the next academic year. It's also possible to apply directly via the German Academic Exchange Service, the so-called DAAD. And they also offer many scholarship opportunities for exchange students. So it's also worth having a look at their homepage and the scholarship database. But as I just mentioned, we also have these 2 scholarships exactly for the next academic year. And it combines travel costs and also for staying at Humboldt University. So it's around 3,000 or 3,500 euro, I think, for each student.
Okay, and we have a question from YouTube from Arif Anugraha. Is student exchange can take part-time job to support living costs?
You mean that you can work here in Germany during your stay? I think it depends. So I think it also depends on your visa and the visa regulations. I don't know. I don't have any experience yet with Indonesian students. So I know that some other students, for example, from Australia, that they did some part-time jobs during their stay here. But I think it always depends on the individual situation. And you have to check whether your visa regulations allow that. But of course, in general, also many of our Humboldt University students, they do part-time jobs, and it's a good option to get to know the real life in Germany, and you can work in many different places. And of course, it's also possible to combine the exchange semester practical experiences in many different ways. So it's of course worth trying it.
Okay, so it depends on personal situation, right?
Exactly,
Okay.
and maybe also the visa regulations.
Mm. Okay, we have another question here from Raisa Zalfaraski. How long is the duration for the exchange program?
Well, as I just mentioned, you have both options. You can either apply for 1 semester or also for 2 semesters, so for 1 year exchange. And I think this also depends on the regulations at UGM, but in general, from our side and within the student exchange agreement, it's possible to apply for both options, 1 year or 1 semester.
Okay, and I also wondering that you have mentioned before that undergraduate student can take 2 different departments, right?
Exactly, yes.
How the regulation?
Well, sometimes it's not so easy to identify one department because the structure of the department might be different at your university than at Humboldt University. And if there's a content-wise connection also to another department, then it's possible to take courses at that department as well. And we've made the experience that for the undergraduate students, this is really a great option. So of course, it should be the second department should also be a department which is somehow related to your studies at your home university. So if you are a social science student, it might be a problem to study, I don't know, for example, chemistry. So there should be a connection between your subject and the subject or subjects which you want to study at Humboldt University. But we have several departments where that is possible. So if you, for example, study social sciences and you also want to attend cultural studies courses, and there is a content-wise relation to your study field at your home university, then that is possible. And it's sometimes good because not all departments offer so many courses in English. And if you have 2 departments, then you have more options when choosing English courses.
Okay, so we can jump to the next question. Is there any research program we can join while having an exchange in the university? And where I can find further info for that?
What exactly does the student mean with research opportunity? So you mean the contact to a professor or the access to libraries or academic writing courses, or what exactly do you mean? So what we do what we do offer are some academic writing courses, for example, and we also made the experience also with our students when they go abroad that they have connections to professors at the university in the other country. So this is sometimes also possible that you contact a professor and that you ask him or her if research cooperation is possible somehow. If you want to take interviews or if you need a special library access, for example, or also to join a research group. And this is not traditionally part of the exchange program, but in some cases it is possible that you also, for example, in the natural sciences, join a research group of a professor. But in that case, it is important that you directly get in contact with the professor and clarify that in advance before you start with your exchange semester.
Okay, thank you for the answer. And where I can find further info for that? Is there any contact person or website or something? Email, maybe?
For the research options,
Yes.
well, I think for the research options, you directly have to get in contact with the faculty. So you can have a look at our homepage, you find an overview of all the different faculties, and then you have to identify the study field or the department which is most relevant for you, and then you can directly get in contact with the colleagues at that faculty there in order to clarify whether such a research option is also possible. Because as I just said, this is not part of our traditional classical exchange agreement. but yeah, you need individual talks to the professors.
Okay, thank you for the answer. I think that's the end of the question and answer session of Humboldt University presentation. I do hope all questions have been answered clearly by our speaker. Thank you to all participants for actively participating in the session. Thank you, Miss.
Thank you so much, and we are happy to receive further questions and emails from you students if they have any further questions. And we look forward to welcoming them in Berlin at Humboldt University. Thank you very much for the invitation.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, for the next session, we will have a presentation which will be delivered by Kyushu University Japan representative. Before we come to the session, maybe I will inform you again, once again, that we also collaborate with BEM, HIMA, and media in UGM, such as UGM Today, BPPM Balairum, MKM UGM, ISEC UGM, SKM Bulak Sumur UGM, FPCI UGM, SRE UGM, UGM Body Club, and FTP UGM, and BEM UGM. Also, there's LIM FKT UGM, BMKM Farmasi UGM, BMKM FMIPA, Dema Visipol UGM, Dema Justisia UGM, Dema Fapeta UGM, BEM Peternakan UGM, IASI Universitas Gadjah Mada, BMKM FKT UGM, and LEM FIB UGM. Okay, wait for the presenter to be ready. Maybe we have break 5 minutes and see you again in 5 minutes. Thank you.
Welcome to Overseas Education's Expo 2021 by OIA UGM. What is OEX? Overseas Education's Expo, or OEX, is the first virtual exhibition fair created by the Office of International Affairs UGM. In partnership with over 37 plus universities worldwide, you will get the opportunity to expand your university choices that fit your interests and circumstances. OEX will provide easy access for you to get free presentations from our university partners, as well as consultations from our partner educational agencies. Why is OEX? It will connect you to educators around the world. OEX, organized by OIA UGM through our vast connections with universities all around the world and educational agencies nationwide. The world in the palm of your hands. In time like this, uncertain and limited as it is, our dreams and ambitions seem so far out of reach. Distance like a tall barrier we can't go through. At OEX, we strive to break this barrier by providing you with the information you need regarding overseas education abroad. World in the palm of your hand. You can have the complete and interactive study expo experience even from the comforts of your own home. University participations in total with 36 plus universities around the world. OEX in partnership with more than 12 universities in Asia, more than 7 in Asian, 15 plus from the European Union, and more than 2 in the Middle East. So, are you ready to join us? Welcome to Overseas Education's Expo 2021.
Universitas Gadjah Mada menuju World Class University.
Untuk mewujudkan visi dan misi UGM sesuai statuta, maka proses yang berjalan di UGM harus dapat diukur dengan baik menggunakan parameter apapun, termasuk parameter yang digunakan dalam pemeringkatan universitas-universitas terbaik di dunia. Tahun ini, dari sekitar 26.000 universitas di dunia, kita berhasil masuk dalam jajaran 1,5% universitas terbaik di dunia.
Apa saja indikator yang digunakan dalam pemeringkatan universitas-universitas terbaik di dunia? QS World University Ranking. Times Higher Education World University Ranking.
Sejak akhir tahun 2015, UGM melalui program-programnya secara serius bekerja keras memperbaiki proses pada indikator penilaian QS. Mulai awal tahun 2017, UGM juga mulai melakukan perbaikan proses pada indikator penilaian rankingan Times Higher Education.
Nama saya Hasan Sbaihat, aku dari Palestina. Aku belajar di sini di UGM Fakultas Kedokteran.
I'm from Osnabrück in Germany and I'm an international student at UGM. I choose UGM because
UGM punya staff program dan laboratorium yang bagus.
So this university I think is really the best.
Saat ini UGM menempati posisi 203 dunia untuk reputasi akademiknya. Saya yakin apabila UGM terus melakukan perbaikan-perbaikan fundamental pada proses-proses dan seluruh aspek yang berjalan, maka tidak mustahil UGM akan lebih mengakar kuat dan menjulang tinggi.
Mari kita lanjutkan usaha-usaha untuk bersama-sama memperbaiki proses-proses yang berjalan agar UGM benar-benar menjulang tinggi dengan tetap mengakar kuat dan bermanfaat untuk ilmu pengetahuan, kesejahteraan masyarakat, dan kemanusiaan.
Okay, we'll back to the session. For the session, we will have a presentation which will be delivered by Kyushu University Japan representative, and the presentation will be conducted in 20 minutes and question and answer session for 10 minutes. Since the presenter has already attended, please welcome our last presenter for today from Kyushu University. The spotlight is yours.
マテリアルを共有、お願いします。Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Selamat sore. Hello everyone. My name is Kikushima from Kyushu University. Thank you for joining us today. I'm honored to be given this opportunity and introduce Kyushu University to you. Today, I'll explain about student exchange program at Kyushu University mainly. Please next. Okay, first of all, I'd like to share today's outline with you. Please look at the slide. I'll begin with very quick introduction of Kyushu University. Next, I'll talk about our exchange programs. Then I'll explain about language learning opportunity for exchange students. After that, I'm going to share the information regarding accommodation, how much you need in order to live in Fukuoka, also possible scholarships, and what kind of support system we have for international students. And actually, today we have one student from your university here, Miss Gabriela Bunga Naen, who is studying at the Graduate School of Science, Kyushu University. So lastly, I'd ask her to introduce her experiences in Kyushu University so that you can imagine how the campus life in Fukuoka and in Kyushu is like. Okay, next please. Kyushu University was founded in 1911 as one of Japan's 7 imperial universities. Kyushu University has established itself as a leader in education and research field, not just in Japan, but throughout Asia. It consists of 12 undergraduate schools, 18 graduate schools, and 1 university hospital, and has a total of roughly 20,000 students and more than 2,000 faculty members. Regarding international students, we currently have more than 2,300 students from over 19 countries, including 113 students from Indonesia. Okay, next please. Do you know where the Kyushu University is located? We have campuses in Fukuoka, which is the biggest city on the Kyushu Island. Unfortunately, there is no direct flight from Yogyakarta to Fukuoka. However, you can come to Fukuoka easily if you use a flight via Jakarta to Japan. Okay, next. Kyushu University has 4 campuses in Fukuoka: Ito Campus, Hospital Campus, Ohashi Campus, and Chikushu Campus. Students study on different campuses according to each major. The main campus is Ito Campus, and I believe most students will study here, where the latest equipment and facilities are available. We just completed relocation from old campus to Ito Campus, approximately 2.5 years ago. Okay, next, please. Here are some pictures of Fukuoka City. It's well balanced with city, nature, and its tradition. Okay, next, please. Next, let's see about our exchange programs. International exchange students may choose one of the 4 programs: 1 undergraduate school, 2 graduate school, 3 JTW program, or 4 JLCC program. Next, please. There are 12 undergraduate schools and 18 graduate schools. If you are an undergraduate student at UGM, you can apply for undergraduate school at Kyushu. If you are a graduate student at UGM, you can apply for graduate school. However, please note that practical courses such as medicine, pharmacy, dental sciences are not open to exchange students. Regarding undergraduate programs, Japanese is the medium of instruction at most of all undergraduate schools. There are courses conducted in English at the schools written in blue on the slide. School of Interdisciplinary Science and Innovation, School of Engineering, School of Agriculture, and all graduate schools. However, please be sure to check if there are enough English courses to take before application, since there are limited number of courses in some study field. Please next. Next, let me introduce JTW program and JLCC program. Japan in today's world, JTW offers you a comprehensive package of learning experiences, primarily at the undergraduate level, including learning for credit, including academic learning for credit and experiential learning through cultural immersion. No proficiency in Japanese is required. You can take courses and engage in other activities all in English. Actually, JTW hosts about 50 to 60 students, most of whom are exchange students from Kyushu University's partner institutions around the world. Typically, JTW participants come from 25 to 30 partner institutions located in 15 to 20 different countries from Europe, North America, as Asia, and Oceania. Actually, we are supposed to accept 3 students from your university in this JTW program from this October, which is our great pleasure. Big differences from the school programs and this JTW program is more focusing on understanding Japanese culture and society today. Also, JTW offers experiential learning opportunities such as field study trip, host family programs, Japanese conversation partner programs. JLCC is organized for those who wish to gain a deeper understanding of Japanese society and culture with further opportunities to improve Japanese language skills for conducting research in the area of Japanese studies. Annually, JLCC hosts about 20 students. You can take courses and are engaged with other activities all in Japanese. Actually, only students who major in Japanese language and or Japanese studies may apply for JLCC program primarily. If you have studied Japanese language at UGM and have JLPT N1 or equivalent level, you can apply for JLCC program. Okay, next please. We also have summer and spring programs, but they are fee-paying programs. So if you wish to join, you will be asked to pay program participation fee. Summer in Japan, we call SIJ, is a 4-week English-based intensive summer program that invites students from 4 universities to take classes on modern Japan and Japanese. 2 courses, Introduction to Contemporary Japan and Japanese language, are offered. For this year, we already closed application and going to hold this program online in June due to the COVID-19. ASEAN in today's world, we call ASTW, is a 2-week international program focused on ASEAN studies and Asian languages and cultures, and is designed for university students from around the world. Every year, Kyushu University and other ASEAN university has co-organized the program with the strong support from the ASEAN Secretariat. Actually, we already conducted this program this March online as well due to the effect of the COVID-19. However, 31 students from 7 universities joined this ASTW program, such as Mahidol University, University of Malaya, National Vietnam University, Hanoi, and your university. I believe that participants could deepen its understanding and knowledge about ASEAN and Asia throughout diverse cultures and language learning. Okay, next please. Next, I'll explain about Japanese language learning opportunities for exchange students. Next, please. You will be able to take JAX while you are at Kyushu as exchange students. JAX is Japanese language classes for students who aim to earn credits as part of their academic activities. JAX consists of 8 levels, ranging from absolute beginners up to advanced learners. There are 4 categories: integrated, speaking, kanji, and writing. Kyushu University will award credits and a grade to students upon its completion of each course. If you wish to improve your Japanese language skills, I believe JAX will help you a lot. Please next. Let's move to the next part, tuition and living expenses in Kyushu University. Please next. Those are approximate expenses in Fukuoka. If you study at Kyushu University as an exchange student, tuition at Kyushu will be waived. You just need to pay tuition to UGM as usual. Regarding living expenses, it will cost about 80,000 Japanese yen, which is approximately 10,560,000 Indonesian rupiah. Living in Fukuoka is reasonable compared to other big cities such as Tokyo, Osaka, Kyoto, and so on. I hope this information helps you to imagine what your financial situation in Japan is like. Okay, next please. Next, I'll show you accommodation in Kyushu University. We have 5 dormitories for international students. Please next. There are 4 dormitories in Ito campus and 1 dormitory in Ohashi campus. They are very reasonable and affordable. A single room is guaranteed for each exchange student. Okay, please next. Next, please. Next, let me show you scholarship information for exchange students. Next. Most major scholarship for exchange students is JASO scholarship, which you can apply for along with the Kyushu University exchange application procedures. You will be granted 80,000 Japanese yen a month as a financial support for your student life in Kyushu, if you will be selected as a recipient. Please next. Also, in the case of the self-supporting international students, over 50 scholarships are offered by the various kinds of foundations or associations. However, most of them are for degree seekers, not for exchange students. If you are interested in, please visit the website. Please next. Let's move to support for international students at Kyushu University. Kyushu University has been developing and improving its support systems for international students and researchers in order to assist their daily lives and academic activities in Japan. We, of course, provide various support for new incoming international students. Next, please. Entering Kyushu University, you will be able to take advantage of support services listed on the slide, which is beneficial for new incoming students. You don't have to worry about how to obtain Japanese visa, how to apply for accommodation, how to get to the campus from the airport you arrive. If you wish to learn more about this, you will be able to find details from our website. Okay, please next. Now, I would like to share the contact information of each program with you. Please next. If you have any questions, please feel free to email us. We are more than happy to help you. Well, this is almost end of my presentation. So I'd like to introduce our student, Miss Gabriela Bunga Naen, from your university. She is a graduated student from University Gajah Mada. Ella-san, can you hear me?
Yes, I'm here.
Can you share your material?
Oh, okay. So I will share by myself.
If you can't share your PowerPoint, we can do it.
No, it's okay. I have here. Wait a moment. Oh, but the host disable participant screen sharing, so please share my PowerPoint.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Ella-san, could you please share with UGM students about your experience in Kyushu University and in Fukuoka?
Okay, thank you so much. So previously, thank you for having me here. I'm really happy to be a part of this activity. And before, I would like to ask, like, you prefer me to explain in English or in Bahasa Indonesia?
In English, please.
In English, please. Okay. So thank you. My name is Gabriela Nogoratnaning Tias Bunganayan, and usually people call me Ella. So previously, I was student in Universitas Gajah Mada, especially in geological engineering. I hope like one of people here also come from my department. I'm really happy to know. And then I finished my study in Gajah Mada University in 2017 in August. And then I have opportunity to continue my master degree here. At that time, my supervisor from UGM, Pak Agung Harijoko, offered me like a scholarship to continue here. And then Sensei from Kyushu University, Toramadu Sensei, came to Indonesia and held like some interview. And fortunately, I can get the chance to study here. So I came here after my graduation I arrived Japan September 2019. And then officially I become new student here as a master course student in October 2017. And then I got my master degree in 2019 and I belong to Department Earth and Planetary Science. And I got also the chance to continue directly in doctoral course in the same laboratory and same department. So here I study about petrology and volcanology, about geological things. So like you can know the dynamic of the earth by observing the rocks. So my research topic is about eruption dynamics of the youngest Toba Tuff. So I study the sample from Toba caldera. I'm sure that all of the people from Indonesia know about Toba caldera in North Sumatra. And I'm really happy to be here because I'm really happy to climbing the mountain, to visit the nature, and Japan provide all of that. Like we several times, like we went to volcano, like here, my picture in Unzen volcano with other laboratory members. We have experience here to geophysics survey. And then here in Sakurajima volcano, we went there to take some rock sample for laboratory analysis. And in 2017, I went to Toba caldera with my supervisor here, Toramaru Sensei, and one of supervisor from Indonesia, Pak Haryo Edi Wibowo. And here we collect the sample from Toba caldera, and then I continue the analysis here in Kyushu University. Please, next slide. Please, next slide. Okay, so this is, I would like to share my experience here, like why Japan and also why Kyushu University. So first, like as we know, like Japan is known as one of the countries in Asia with a world-class high standard education system and provides several international programs, as Hayashi-san explained before. And then here in Kyushu University, I'm really happy because I can access research tools and machine easily and not at no cost. Like for example, in Indonesia, when I was in my bachelor study in Universitas Gadjah Mada, I did several analyses, geochemistry analysis, and it's like so expensive analysis. So we have to send the sample to Canada. But here in Kyushu University, I can do it like in laboratory, process all of the sample, and also got the data from here, directly from our tools, our machine here. So I feel really happy here because I can conduct the analysis as much as I want. And here, because like my studies focuses on volcano, and Japan is like Indonesia because here we also have so many volcano. So like I'm really happy because I can do my research and I also can climbing or visit some volcano here. And also I'm really happy here because in Japan we also have 4 seasons. So we can enjoy the spring, we can enjoy the autumn, we can enjoy also the winter, and we also can enjoy the summer here. So for example, here you can see the picture in 2019 before the coronavirus. We have like Hanami or flower seeing in campus. So this picture took in campus, like we had like some small party in Sakura, and then we also observe, we also see the Sakura tree. And also, as we know, like Japan is known as country with cultural excellent work ethic and discipline on time. So like, I think I learned a lot here. And also, I think like you don't have to worry if like right now you cannot speak Japanese at all, because it's also my case. When the first time I came here, I cannot speak Japanese, but most of the people and officer, lab members and sensei, they are so kind and very supportive. So like they help me a lot so I can survive here. And I'm really happy to stay here for study and also for enjoy the season. And also studying here also opened my opportunity to get a wide network in Asia and globally, because especially before coronavirus case in globally, like I always attend like international conference. Like I went to Tokyo, I went to Hawaii, I went to Vienna. So like I have a lot of opportunity here from Kyushu University. And also like not only study, but here we also like have some club. For example, I joined English club as teaching assistant. So I have to, so I can help like Japanese student to communicate in English. And I'm really happy also to be part of that. And also here we have Indonesian Student Association or PPI Fukuoka. And then I become the secretary there. So we held a lot of cultural event here. For example, in Hakata Dontaku in 2019, before the COVID, like we opened a small booth to introduce about Indonesia to Japanese people. So I want to share with you that don't be worried or don't be afraid to come here, because Kyushu University is really humble, especially for foreign students, and then like they can help us to comfortable and enjoy living here. So I think that's all from me. And if you have any question, maybe we can start the question and answer session. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Okay, we'll start the question and answer session. We have listened to the presentation from Ms. Yuki and Ms. Gabriela about the introduction of Kyushu University, Japanese language learning opportunity, accommodation and living expenses, scholarship at Kyushu University, and their several exchange programs. All right, if you have a question, please click the raise hand feature and I will call you by your name, or you can write down the question in the chat box. So, is there any question? Okay, we have the first question here. I will read the question. I would like to ask regarding Kyushu University Max Scholarship Program. Do they accept any scholarship for U2U research students, specifically within the discipline of international relation or global studies? Ms. Yuki or Ms. Gabriela may answer the question, please.
Maybe Yuki-san can answer first.
Okay. About next scholarship. Do they accept any scholarship for research student? University to university, specifically within the discipline of, yeah, in Kyushu University, there are lots of faculties and there are many, how can I say, many study field. And regarding mixed scholarship, yeah, of course, we will be offering the opportunity to students from overseas. Sorry, I'm not sure about scholarship for U2U means university to university. Sorry, let me clarify. Reasons. Do they accept any scholarship? Hai-san, do you have any idea?
I'm sorry, as I know, like several friends from mine, like from Indonesia, they also come here by Max Scholarship. But the thing is, like, I'm not sure, like they use like U2U program or G2G, because some also, I think they use government to government, but for U2U, I'm not sure. But the thing is, like, I'm sure that most of the people here from Indonesia, they came using Max Scholarship. So like maybe if you want to know more, maybe visit the website, Max website, and then you can check about it. Okay.
Thank you, Era-san. You know a lot more than me.
Thank you for the answer, and we'll jump to the next question. How is Muslim life in Fukuoka? Thanks.
Oh, for that, maybe I can help to answer.
Thank you.
Okay, so actually I'm Christian, but most of my friends here, they are Muslim. And I think like Fukuoka is really humble also for Muslim, because they provide, even like near my university, they provide like a shop. And most of that shop that like they sell halal things like halal meat, halal food. And also even like just several months ago, like they make vending machine. And it's like that vending machine is whole, like they sell halal food. And also here, there is also one mosque here. And also in Kyushu University in West 4, like one of the part of our university, they give a place for Muslim people to pray every Friday. And there is like from Indonesian Student Association, they also like have a Muslim association, something like that. And then before coronavirus condition, they also usually held like some activity to gather Muslim people. If you want to know more, maybe you can visit PPI Fukuoka Instagram or Muslim Fukuoka Instagram, and then you can see like a lot of information there.
Okay, thank you for the answer. So,
yeah, Era-san, thank you. Yeah, can I add some information? Yeah, of course, there are many students from Muslim countries in Kyushu University. And as Era-san said, there is a room for, how can I say, pray for Muslim Muslim students. And yeah, in our cafeteria, halal food is available for Muslim students. But yeah, I didn't know the vending machine which provides a halal food. So
It's Nabisan in Center 1 and also West 4. Yeah, they provide halal food.
Nabisan. Yeah, that's quite famous restaurant for Muslim people.
Yeah.
But which also delicious for, how can I say, for Japanese people like us. Thank you.
Okay, the next question. I want to ask to Gabriela, what things that you prepare for apply to Kyushu University? And if you don't mind, can you explain more about the culture or the environment at the Kyushu University?
Okay, so before I came here, my supervisor, my sensei right now, like he came to Indonesia and then he like bring some interview documents, something like that. But before that, my supervisor in Indonesia, Pak Agung, he asked me to prepare some document like at that time TOEFL and also research plan, research activity, and some other document. So I think the most important things if you want to come here is like, you know, what kind of subject that you want to study here. And then maybe like you can search the website about the available professor. And also you make sure that you can communicate with people in English. And also, like, if it's possible, it's better if you can speak Japanese. Because in my case, I cannot speak Japanese. But the thing is like, because here in Kyushu University, at least in the officer, they have like some officer that can speak Japanese, speak English. So I think I'm okay with that. And then about the culture or the environment, I feel really enjoy and comfortable to stay here. It's already more than 3 years from my master until right now. And then the things that make me always comfortable to study here is also because of the people is really kind and really humble. So even like I'm not so good in Japanese language, but they help me a lot. But I think most of the things is really related to like which environment are you, something like that. And also I think here is really safe because most of the time, almost every day, like I went back to home is like around 9 p.m. or even 10 p.m. But it's really safe. Like I don't have like any experience like people do something that not kind. And especially like when the first time I came here, like I'm still confused, like which bus that I have to take, which train, blah blah blah. But so many people help me. So I think about the environment and the culture is really comfortable for me as Indonesian people living here. I hope it can answer. Okay.
Thank you for the answer. So the environment is safe, guys. And also, we have another question. I am a Japanese study student who is interested in applying to Kyushu University's exchange program. However, as the application deadline for the fall semester has already ended, will there be any non-short-term programs which start at spring? Thank you for the opportunity.
Okay, thank you for your question. That's a good question. Yeah, you are Japanese study student, so I assume you are suitable for JLCC program, our Japanese language culture program. And for how can I say, April 2022 enrollment, will distribute relevant materials to our partner university in June, and application deadline will be November. So maybe you can ask at your international office after June about the necessary procedure. Maybe they'll help you a lot. Yeah, I hope that can be an answer to your question.
Okay, thank you for the answer. And I think that's all for today's question. Sorry, Miss, how can we reach out Kyushu University regarding the presentation today? Is there any contact person or email address? Okay. Okay. So we get the screenshot. And thank you, Miss Yuki, Miss Gabriela, and all the participants here. Um, I think that's all for today. And our yes, thank you.
Terima kasih.
Terima kasih, sampai jumpa.
Terima kasih. Yeah, okay, Honorable, our partner university representatives and all distinguished participants. Before I close the session, I would like to take the conclusion from today's presentation that studying abroad is beneficial for our career path. For instance, studying abroad will expand your employment opportunities, experience different styles of education, will have opportunities to learn new languages, and also expand worldwide connections. Now we've come to the end of today's session. On behalf of the Overseas Education Expo, would like to say thank you for your good participation and contribution. We do hope we could help students in providing more opportunities to study abroad. Okay, to close this event, all participants could leave the breakout room and go back to the main room. Please enjoy our last session that will be held by our MC. We'll see you again on the Overseas Education Expo 2021 Day 2. I'm Dan Deladiski. Together, we uphold diversity. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.